my goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for the 2021 PWBA Summer Classic Series. We are ready for A Squad qualifying at the International Bowling Campus Classic. B Squad this morning and into this afternoon got very hectic out there, but hectic in a good way. Score and the scoring pace got a little crazy at the end. We saw some big numbers, so we are excited to see where this number is going to go, not only for the IBC Classic, but for the upcoming Bowl TV Classic, the top 24 from our first two events advancing there. It's going to be a long, long wait for a couple of players to see which events they may or may not be making the cut for here. But A Squad, they have their 9 games. They are ready to go. They're on the lanes, and warm-up is done. So as we meet the Bowl TV team joining us here today, let's go out to the lanes. And the good folks behind lanes 1 through 4 here at the IBC Classic. So, everybody, my name is Aaron Smith with Bowl TV. Pleasure to be able to bring this broadcast to you. First and foremost, let's meet Matt Cannizzaro, who's sitting just 3 feet away from me. Hi, Matt.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I am doing excellent. The scoring pace kind of got a little crazy at the end there, and crazy's good. It's just a very unique situation with 2 events kind of working in one at the same time. But one player who is in a very good position right now is Stephanie Zavala. After kind of the heartbreak of getting out to the strong start at the Go Bowling Classic, missing the cut to the top 12 after rolling a 300, once again was 121 over after 2 games, did not make the cut. She came back today and rocked it. She got out of the gates fast. She averaged 250 the first 4 games, managed to take the overall lead. She's sitting in the top spot for both the Bowl TV and the IBC Classic right now. I know you got a chance to talk to Stephanie. Tell us a little bit about her mindset kind of after that and coming back here kind of with a fresh start after the Go Bowling.
Well, it's definitely something that she may not be very used to early in her career, right? She's had very quick success coming out of college, a couple of victories. So it's easy to get caught up in thinking, that's the way it's always going to be. But I think realistically, she knows that there's going to be probably more downs than ups at times. And it's how you handle those moments that will be important in your longevity in this event, this sport on the PWBA tour. But she said she took the time to be mad, which that's a very mature outlook, of course, and then she let it go because it's over. There's nothing she can do about it. She got some rest, got a long nap yesterday, just doing the things to recharge and get ready to come in to a whole new event. And that's the thing that you mentioned. It is a new tournament right now in a way. It's a 3-1 for these players, so you have to put that one past you. She knew she did okay in the bigger picture, which is the Bowl TV Classic. So to be in position for that, but also knowing that she needed a big day today and to go 200 or 250 over on a completely different oil pattern certainly ended up being very possible. But you just come in, you aim to do the best that you can, knowing that maybe it's time to press a little bit because the first event didn't end quite how she had hoped, especially with the 300 in there. But it did not sound like I was talking to somebody who just finished college and is just fresh out onto the PWBA tour. So it easily could have been a conversation that we had with Liz Johnson or Kelly Kulik or any of the other longtime players who have experienced these things and the ups and downs for many years.
Well, Matt, that exact number for Stephanie, when it was all said and done, plus 278, which is a 230.89 average for 9 games across a challenging 38-foot condition. A couple days ago, someone said Stephanie Zavala was going to shoot plus 275 or higher. It took us an extra tournament to get there, but he called the number, so you got to give him credit there. Let's go into the ITRC and welcome in Curtis Von Kruger.
I'm always a step ahead. guys.
There you
That's all
go.
I'm saying.
A visionary, seeing
I-
ahead into the future.
A visionary. My vision is scary. Polluting the airwaves. I'm a rebel. Anybody know where that's from? Yeah, it's going to be interesting. 278, Stephanie finished, so she's well within the number. But yeah, a lot of people, like we said, fire off some pretty big numbers that last game to push the top 24 number up pretty high. So you're looking at players like Shannon O'Keefe, who had a big day, shot 170 plus. But that first tournament looks like it might shoot her in the foot. And she's out. She's very much in risk. I do not think Shannon O'Keefe is going to make the top 12. I think the number is going to be 189. I think Danielle McEwen sneaks in. But Shannon O'Keefe might be on the outside looking in as far as the top 24. Because you just have a lot more players that had really good days yesterday being able to come in and have a fresh start today. So, whereas the previous block, we saw pretty much none of the players who had successful first tournaments had a good day today. So it's kind of like the roster inverted itself for this tournament. So I'm interested to see who can build on the momentum they actually had and not let the moment get too big for them. A bowler that I expect to do that fully is Dasha Kovalova. I expect her to come in here and have a really strong day. Another bowler I think will also have a good day today is Diana Zabyalova. Those are my two bowlers I'd like to keep an eye on. Diana had a big disappointing end to her block. Her match play block yesterday was in the number, shot a big bad game 5. And then just ran out of wood basically game 6 to miss the show. But I feel like she'll match up well with this pattern, and I expect good things from Diana. And obviously, like I said, Dasha continues to do Dasha-esque things. Both bowlers obviously want to make it in the top 24. Dasha would have to have a pretty tragic day to not make the top 24. So she's pretty safe. But the action is going to come down. Like the scoring pace ramped up. It ramped up, and we knew that it was going to be a little higher. But going into practice, Aaron, did you think this was going to be the easier pattern?
Looking back on Monday, I did not. I actually thought the long pattern, the 43-foot condition was going to be. We saw some of the trickiness of players getting deep and having to fight carry, but I thought it was going to be a little more consistent on the 43-foot pattern. I thought this one was going to be a little trickier. It had its moments, but for the most part, scoring pace was higher throughout the course of B Squad's 9-game block. So once again, not afraid to say that I got that one totally wrong. So we're batting 1,000 on that so far this week. But the thing I'm curious now, Curtis, with you being the one down there, we talked a little bit about it at the start of B Squad earlier today, is the presence of urethane out there on the lanes.
Yes.
You said it was, I wouldn't say overwhelming, but it was well noticed in the first squad. How's it kind of looking out there right now?
It absolutely still in play. You see it all over the place. Stephanie used it pretty much most of the day. She used the honey badger urethane. So yeah, you absolutely have a lot of urethane going to be thrown here. It just matches up well with the angle that these players want to play this pattern with. So, it's so interesting that 43-foot pattern, although it was flat on paper, it played even flatter on the lanes. And this one, as the day kind of progressed, the shot really blended out front to back. You created a little hook spot to the right, and there was hole in the middle. And so, I mean, you give these players those conditions, and what are they going to do? They're going to strike. So, this squad obviously saw that. The squad obviously knows that that's the way to attack the lanes. And they're going to take advantage of it. So I look for this squad to have a successful day. But the thing to really keep an eye on, 12th position is 165 over right now. The thing to keep an eye on is where that top 24 number moves. So we'll keep you guys updated throughout the day on that number, but that's what's going to really be the intrigue today. As bowlers who may, they're going to be bowling for their tournament life in 2 tournaments to finish up the day.
I think that's a great point, Curtis, and we'll go full screen here so everybody can check out the bowling, but we're going to be sticking with you throughout the course of our 9-game block here today. Our competitors here across the board for game number 1. We have Lindsay Boomershine, Diana Zavyalova, Taylor Boltyson, Ashley Galante on 1 and 2, Dasha Kovalova, there we go, Jody Scher, Verity Crawley, and Alexis Nair on 3 and 4 here for game number 1. And for the folks who are joining us here on Bull TV, welcome as always. It is great to see you. We had a short break after B Squad wrapped up, but back into things for A Squad. And for those of you joining on Facebook and YouTube, this is a Game 1 sneak peek. So after that, we will be heading exclusively over to BullTV.com, but we certainly hope you join us for the rest of the day. Once again, we're going to go from 56 players in this field down to the top 12 through both squads, 28 players on the lanes for each of the 2 squads today. Top 12 will advance to match play, which will take place tomorrow. They'll bowl 2 rounds, 6 games apiece, and then total pinfall for 21 games, including bonus pins in match play. We'll determine the top 4 for tomorrow's night's stepladder finals at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bull TV. Someone taking home a title at the International Bowling Campus Classic. Birgit Norrijks won the Go Bowling Classic yesterday. She is she's going to end up falling a little bit short of making another run at a stepladder final appearance here at the IBC, but she will be in good shape for the Bull TV Classic coming up on Monday and Tuesday. So those subscription points for those who want to watch the rest of the way out. If you just want to watch this particular event, the IBC Classic, for the next 2 days, you can pick up a ticket for that, $8.95. Watch all the live coverage. Or if you want to watch the rest of the Summer Classic Series, which includes, let's see, we got another 5 days straight of bowling, 3 events, 3 stepladder finals. That's $19.95. Or you can go a recurring subscription route, pick up a monthly for $9.95 or an annual for $79.95. Transaction fees do apply for for all of those. With the recurring, you do get full access to Bull TV, so not only the live event coverage, but the archives, the on-demand content as well. And then if you're looking for, the opportunity to watch a little more PWBA, especially that monthly recurring subscription right now, makes a lot of sense. You'll get 2 additional events past the Summer Classic Series. You'll get the Spokane Open taking place August 19th through the 21st, and then the U.S. Women's Open, the second and final major of the season, August 24th through the 31st. So some things to check out. Throughout the course of the day, and hopefully we'll get to see you on BullTV.com. A great community in the Bull TV chat each and every day. And of course, giveaways as well. We like to spoil the Bull TV viewers with giveaways. So we got a few of those lined up. Last night during the stepladder finals of the Go Bowling Classic, we gave away 3 bowling balls, brand new. They weren't even used, brand new bowling balls to 3 lucky Bull TV viewers. We're going to do that again tomorrow night at the IBC Classic stepladder finals, and then one more time at the Bull TV Classic finals. So still a few bowling balls out there for folks to pick up. So we certainly hope you join us here on Bull TV through the rest of the week, and hopefully moving on, and you get to enjoy the great bowling throughout the course of the year. Now, Curtis mentioned that Danielle McCune coming in at plus 189 was kind of that midway point. That's 6th place for B Squad from earlier today. So the numbers right now in the books, B squad for the IBC Classic. Zavala at plus 278. Brianna Cote, she had a heck of a day after a bit of a slow start. 279, 285 back to back. She ended up at plus 271. Kelly Kulick plus 243. Jen Higgins plus 211, including 248 the last game to get there. 268, 248 her last two. So a big push at the end there for Jen. Misaki Mukutani from Japan in 5th place at plus 198. And then Danielle McEwen plus 189. So we mentioned 6th place. 12 players are advancing. So, in a perfect world, 6 and 6, kind of see if that's the case. That's how it worked for our first event. So Danielle in 6th place, plus 189. Stephanie Schwartz at plus 187. Shannon O'Keefe, plus 174. Sandra Gongora, plus 173. Tanya Ramanpour, plus 171. Brianna Clemmer, plus 166. And Rocio Restrepo, plus 165. So you can see how close all the scores got there. There were a lot of big games down the stretch. So we'll see if that continues here. But looking ahead to the Bowl TV Classic, and we're talking about 2 events in one here. So just kind of a recap of what's happening. The Bowl TV Classic is the culmination of the Summer Classic Series. The 56 players in the field here who qualified for this event. Only 24 will make it to the Bowl TV Classic. That is based off of your 18-game pinfall totals from your 2 qualifying blocks. Your 9 games from the Go Bowling Classic and your 9 games here from the International Bowling Campus Classic. With B Squad in the books, 18 games. When you kind of look at that 12th spot from B Squad, it's right around plus 200. It's specifically plus 197, Sydney Brummett. So that's kind of another number you want to be keeping your eye on throughout the course of the day. We're going to be talking about it, so we'll be referencing which event we're talking to. But some of the key players that are outside of that mark for B Squad on the, essentially, just 12-12, splitting it down the middle for right now. On the outside looking in from that, Jillian Martin, plus 186. Julia Bond, plus 166. Tanya Ramanpour, plus 138. Brianna Clemmer, plus 117. Missy Parkin, plus 114. And then Shannon O'Keefe, plus 103. So depending on how this block hits them, there is a lot on the line for a couple of these players looking long-term for the season. We mentioned Julia Bond just missing the show at the Go Bowling Classic, bowled phenomenal. Had a bit of a rough day today. Could have saved the tournament and the chance of the Bowl TV Classic by rolling 299 in Game 7 earlier today. She's on the bubble. She's leading the tour in points right now. Sitting second in points entering the Summer Classic Series with Shannon O'Keefe. She's going to need a lot of help from A Squad to make the Bowl TV Classic. Missy Parkin has got a couple pins on Shannon, but not too many. She was in 3rd place on the points list. So all very close here. The one player who could benefit the most from this is Dasha Kovalova, who finished second at the Go Bowling Classic, and by virtue of leading qualifying, already in a great spot, plus 229 overall. So, for her, if she can find a way to essentially average 200 for the day, she's going to be in a good spot regardless. She's going to be moving on to bonus bowling on Monday and Tuesday. So those are big things to keep an eye on. We mentioned Brianna Clemmer as well. She's on the outside looking in for B Squad. Stephanie Zavala leading right now for the Bowl TV Classic. They're in a heated race for Rookie of the Year. So Clemmer started this event ahead in points, but not by much. Zavala in a position to make a top 12 here at the IBC Classic. And then she's leading the Bowl TV Classic, so she's going to be bowling on Monday and Tuesday. So just a lot going on here, and it's going to be exciting just to crunch the numbers down the stretch. That's going to be the crazy part as we're watching live scoring and we're watching every pair in play here on Bowl TV.
Math nerds unite.
Let's go. Curtis, I did want to let you know, I finally came up with an answer to that great question you posed to the Bowl TV community at the toward the end of the first block. You asked, I believe, what 3 players would you want to defeat to win a title, running the step ladder essentially, and pick players from any era. And I had to think about it for a while.
Yeah.
I really had to think about it for a while for how I would want to do it. And I figured it out.
All right, let's hear it.
And I'm going more back to an era. So it's going to be the mid-1990s all of a sudden.
All right. Oh, I love it. You know, that's my era.
It's going to be the mid-1990s. I would like to start off with a victory over Patrick Healy Jr. Just absolutely love watching Patrick bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Phenomenal player.
One of the best international and amateur bowlers the sport's ever seen.
Follow it up with a victory. Once again, we're staying in the mid-90s. Then taking out Chris Barnes, but he has to have the mullet rocking.
Yes.
So Barnes is 2.
100%. Mullet Chris Barnes.
And then I got to bring it back to the PWBA here to wrap things up. We're in the mid-90s.
Windy.
I'm gonna switch it up on you. Although Wendy, obviously, player of the decade would be good. Tammy Turner.
Oh, come on, Tammy Turner. What reasoning?
There's a lot of great content in the vault here on BowlTV.com that features a lot of shows from that time, some Team USA stuff as well, World Team Challenges, and there is something about Tammy Turner's game. I know she battled some injuries, and she had that great comeback win at the U.S. Women's Open back in 2009. But her game, watching those videos from the mid-90s, watching what she could do to a bowling ball, especially out there on the women's tour, was just so phenomenal, and it was so effortless. And every time I watch it, I like when we were uploading new videos, when we were doing this, when we were doing that, all of a sudden I see Tammy on a video. I have to watch. I just have to see how she bowls because it's just so fantastic. Such a big Tammy Turner fan, and that would be a cool experience to be able to not only bowl with those 3 players, but to somehow find a way to get through that step ladder.
Yeah, that's a nice little step ladder right there. That's it's an unconventional one. You know, a lot of people went with the really, really big names, the goats, if you will, and nothing. Those are 3 amazing players that would be fun to watch.
To be fair, it'd be fun to watch them bowl. Not so much me, but
hey, I mean, if you're beating them, it's fun.
Lightning in a bottle.
Hey, sometimes that's what it takes.
Taking a look across the board here with live scoring. Daria Payuk starting with the front 7 for a spare in frame number 8.
She has that, as somebody in the chat put, she has that Diana Z ball reaction right now, which wasn't a bad thing. But I would say, maybe slightly a bit
slower start for A squad versus B squad here. That was kind of the one big outlier for a big game to kick things off.
Well,
But it looks like the folks are a little slower out of the gates here today.
well, we talk a little bit about it. And I mean, you can take it with a grain of rice. I'll say it just to stir up a little controversy because, I like that sort of thing. Squad equity. It is. Can there be something to say? Come on, 7 pin. Ooh, a little wiggler there for Dasha. You had some really, you had some bowlers on B squad who bowled first today, who Diana did not like that one, but it checked up and struck. You had a lot of bowlers who you expected to bowl really, really well last tournament, not bowl well.
Mm-hmm.
You had your Shannon O'Keefe, Liz Johnson, Kelly Kulik. Those names did not perform, and so it kind of evened things out. And now those bowlers bowled really well, so I think they were able to get out to a really hot start. People like Stephanie Johnson, who ended up having a very disappointing finish as Dasha flags the 7 pin. Very surprising from her. Takes what would have been a pretty decent game and chucks it in the can a little bit, but she can bail out a 204. So this squad comes in and they see what happened on the first squad, and hopefully though they'll be able to get on top of things and put up some numbers here, and I think the transition will help them.
Lindsay Boomershine gets him to tumble there. She can still get to 223.
Yeah, she had a brutal and blower 7-10 in the 8th. DZ starting off with a pretty hot hand here. Has a chance to bowl a pretty nice game to start. 248 if she goes the distance.
A not so kind 7 pin there for Galante, trying to get 3 in a row to set up her 10th. We've seen a lot of high flush 7s this week.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dasha, you had to spin the bottle in front of that 7 pin for Dasha, and it did not fall. So that's back-to-back 7 pins. It's going to put her potentially in the 190s. Let's see if she can actually pick this one up as DZ just shreds her. See that ball reaction, Aaron?
Mm-hmm.
See that? That's why I like Diana for this. Another good tournament I think she's going to have. Diana really making that urethane look pretty good.
And that takes me back, even though this is going to be obviously a different house, a different oil pattern, different everything about it. But, thinking back to the Final Four match to get the last 3 players into the stepladder finals at the Queens this year, Diana going with that pitch black, and that is incredibly surprising. Back-to-back single pin whiffs there for Dasha.
Yeah, misses 2 7 pins in a row to start her day with a $183. That is, she's going to need to reset that. She needs to clear her head, and hopefully Dasha doesn't let that one eat her up too much. Disappointing start there for Dasha, but DZ, throwing the pitch black and just making it look easy.
And that was her performance in that final match to secure her spot on the show there, you could see the comfort level she has throwing that ball, and kind of that particular part of the lane too, playing up the boards, having to be pretty spot on with it. It was a masterful 3-game performance to earn a spot on that show. So the comfort level is up there doing that, and she's taking advantage here in the early go and put together some strikes.
Yeah, you see a lot of fast pitches, a lot of pitch blacks. You see a lot of urethane right now. So not a big surprise. This urethane seems to match up well on this pattern very early here, and I don't think that's going to change too much. As looks like Daria is going to fire off a nice one to start her day.
Payuk's going to be in the 270s. Just that 1-7 spare in the 8th frame, 277 with one more strike for Daria. She made the top 12 at the Go Bowling Classic.
Yeah, she put together a pretty decent run there toward the end. She was 200 out of the show and got within 60 something after a few games, and it looked like she might make a valiant charge, but ended up kind of just falling a little bit short there. Bowled Diana in the position round, but still a great tournament for her. She's been bowling really well the last few weeks, and so it's really nice to see that. That's a player who's had some struggles, over the last couple of seasons. She's battled some personal demons. There's a flat 10 there for Diana. It's going to drop her down there in the 220s. But still a decent start there. If contingent always upon making the spare, and we just saw how not guaranteed that is.
Mm-hmm.
But great start there for Daria, and she's one of the more she's a pretty popular player out here from the spectators' perspective. So obviously they like to see her bowl well.
Oh, there's a second high flush 7 and 3 shots for Ashley. So what could have been 220s now is going to turn into 2-0 with a pair of 7 pins. Alexis Nair, a nice 227 there. Going to be a handful of 220s up there on the scoreboard after game 1, and then Daria 277. She got it. So
looks like Clara's going to bowl a 220. Couple of other bowlers, but not the hot start that A squad or the first squad, B squad, because this is A squad now bowling. The first squad came out and fired off. So and all right, Diana shoots 225. Not too shabby.
225. Boomershine 222. And folks, with that, wrapping up game one here from the International Bowling Campus Classic from the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. As we mentioned a little bit earlier in the broadcast, at the end of game one, we're going to take down the streams on Facebook and YouTube. So bowltv.com will be the only place to continue to watch the action here from Arlington, Texas. So we certainly appreciate everybody for swinging on by and hope you enjoyed this live look in here on this 38-foot condition as these competitors try to make the top 12 here at the IBC Classic and then the top 24 at the Bowl TV Classic. So with that, we're going to take a quick break to reset. So everybody on Bowl TV, hang tight. We'll be right back with game two. To all the folks on Facebook and YouTube, we certainly hope to see you over at Bowl TV. For the rest of the way out, come interact in the chat. Great Bowl TV community. Giveaways as well. All that and more, along with the great bowling from the stars of the PWBA Tour. So be sure to check it out. But folks, we'll be right back. Game two coming up next. IBC Classic from the Summer Classic Series. Moving into game number two across the house. Taking a look at lane assignments once again on Bowl TV. You can watch all pairs in play this week on our PWBA 1 through 4 channel, which we currently have as our main commentary channel that you're on. On 1 and 2, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Jordan Richard, Giselle Paz, and Jody Wessner. On 3 and 4, Maria Belanova, Summer Jasmine, Brianna Andrew, and Liz Culkin. On our 5 through 8 station, Lindsay Boomershine, Taylor Baltice, Ashley Galante, and Diana Z, along with Dasha Kovalova, Jody Scherer, Verity Crawley, and Alexis Nyer. On PWBA 9 and 10, Aaron McCarthy, Ashley Rucker, Fania Kobo, and Daria Payuk. And then on PWBA 11 through 14, Tanya Lopez, Hannah Brookins, Shalyn Zulkifli, and Clara Guerrero on 11 and 12. And then Kayla Pacina, Jennifer Russo, Josie Barnes, and Kara Mangiola on 13 and 14.
Yeah, Daria definitely a strong first game. So she definitely improves her standing within that top 24 position, and see if she can continue with that momentum. She is throwing urethane, I believe. Would definitely make sense for a player like her to be throwing urethane. Chris, thanks for always being on top of things. Always have the great information. We appreciate you. Sometimes we'll give you credit for sometimes. You probably have a higher hit percentage than me right now, so it's good. But if you can't make bold predictions, you can't put yourself out there, then why bother? It's always good to make a little controversy.
Stir things up a little bit.
You got to, Aaron Smith. You have to stir the pot. If you're just, you just go with the flow. What fun is that? If people don't have an opinion about you, then you're probably not doing something right. I want you to either love me or hate me. Either way, I'm doing a good job. It's like Pete Weber, right? You were never lukewarm about how you feel about Pete Weber. You either love that guy, and I fall on that side of the line, or he's not your favorite. We have so we're waiting for lanes 11 and 12 to finish up their first game. A little bit of a delay here. We have some issues with, it looks like one of the reset buttons, re-rack buttons here. Awesome staff here at the RTRC, obviously, coming in, breaking out the tools, getting it fixed as quick as they can. We appreciate the hard work they do. You know, sometimes things happen, and it looks like they got them all fixed now. Jordan Richard going to finish out her 10th frame, and then they'll boot up on lanes 1 and 2. And the rest of the people coming over from 9 and 10, or excuse me, 7 and 8, will resume their bowling. A little bit of a pause here.
You mentioned the staff at the ITRC. Gotta give a shout out to Nick Harishny, who is the head mechanic there, takes care of business day in and day out at the ITRC. Lou Marquez, running the pro shop, handling the coaching lessons as well. So those guys
and mopping the floors when he has to.
Absolutely, yeah. When it's the end of the day, they're the cleanup crew as well. So those guys very dedicated. Love the facility. Love the love being a part of all that.
You think we work at long hours, and I mean, we're usually the first people in the building and some of the last to leave, but they're here before us and they're leaving after us. So it takes some commitment and some love to, they take a lot, they take the responsibility for this building, and this is their baby, if you will. So not an easy task. Handle a facility with all these moving parts, literally and figuratively, because this isn't your average bowling center, Aaron Smith. There's a lot more to this arena than just a couple of lanes and some scoring units and other things like that. And it looks like we're going to have a full stop on play right now. They're gonna get a full stop on play to make sure that these players don't get too far behind each other, and there's not that ripple effect where you constantly have players waiting for other players, and that's never fun.
Agreed. We need Curtis. We need a filler now.
Yeah. Filler. Let's get a good question here. Let's get the audience engaged. Little distraction while we wait for bowling here. Since I seem to be the king of questions on our, there's a lot of action.
Hey Curtis, I got something that maybe we can. I think I got video we can play that we I don't think we got to roll out a little bit, but I know you know this one. We have a video of Dasha Kovalova, I believe prior to the stepladder finals or prior to the final day at the Louisville Open that you put together.
Oh yes.
I'm not sure if we got to roll that out. So
we never did.
So we actually have that loaded up here. So it'll be a couple minutes for the video, so I'll play through. It's a fantastic interview with Dasha, as always, very, very open just about how she was feeling at the time.
Yeah.
And kind of everything going on with coming in as the defending champion in Louisville. So while we wait to get the action going here, and a great question for the chat, let's check out this video to learn a little bit just a little bit more about Dasha Kovalova.
It's great to be back where, you know, you did something cool and what also jumpstarted your career. But at the same time, it's nerve-wracking. You know me, I'm nervous all the time. So knowing that I came where I was successful before kind of puts a little bit of pressure on me. It was really cool. I don't remember much because I think I was in the zone, but I was also very nervous. So that combination kind of made my mind really flat. And I just remember that I needed to move after the first shot because there was a trip 4. And Chuck was yelling at me from the back, just move on, come on, let's go. And then my mom was there, and I saw her cry, and I was like, finally I made her cry because of good thing. And it was just great to be there and feel loved and appreciated for something like that.
For a 300 game. Kovalova does it! It's a 300 for Dasha Kovalova! And she wins!
She said I did great, and she cried, and I cried a little bit. It was amazing. Oh, it felt really nice. I didn't know what to do with my hands, but it's just cool. She's cool. I really like her.
So you come back into this building, and a very similar shot. Tell me a little bit about what your strategy was coming in here, and you know, putting the pressure behind you, putting it down, kind of suppressing it a little bit, and just going out there and executing.
Well, my strategy was to treat it as if it was a new bowling center and a new pattern, which is kind of was a new pattern, and keep a clean mind and just see what the lanes do and respond to them correctly, and like really rely on my pre-shot routine to suppress the nerves and trust my body that it knows what to do. It knows how to do the right thing. That's what I needed to do, basically.
You started off actually on 15 and 16 to start the tournament. I don't even think you realized that was the case.
Nope.
How was it to come out and just you fired off a pretty good game just to start the tournament? Tell me how that kind of helped you out.
I didn't know it was a TV pair. I don't pay attention. But after you guys said that, you know, that was the pair, I was like, okay, can I just stay here the entire day and bowl? Because that's kind of nice. But it did, I can't really say that it did bring my confidence back up because that would be lying. I don't have confidence, a lot of it, but I know that if I could bowl a good game when I'm feeling low like that, once I calm down, watch out. I describe my mental game as a dumpster fire because I've been on the road for 4 weeks, and I think I struggled mentally just not knowing how to cope with my anxiety really well. And I don't know, COVID really dipped my mental game down, and I think the more tired I get, the less rest I get, the more anxious I become. And it's completely, you know, there's no reason for it. I'm doing great, but in my mind, I'm always afraid that I'm going to self-sabotage myself. So knowing that this is what I go through, and you see me, you know, my brain does that sound when the car can't start, and I step back and forth from the approach. Knowing that I can bowl well when I'm like that, it's comforting in a way, because I know that it's okay.
Let's go. I just love her candor. I really do. I mean, she is just an utter delight. And starting off, you know, she missed a couple of 7 pins to end that game. But I will tell you this. If you go ahead and check out what she's doing right now, and I think she is on 7 and 8.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
9 spare, 4-bagger. 9 spare, 4-bagger. So Dasha getting it figured back out, and you know, I think I might have said something along those lines. So,
and that goes to the, you know, we've talked with her a little bit about it this week, and She talked about her mental game and kind of working on that and always trying to improve. And, moments like that easily early in a block could set a player up for a rough go of it for a couple games to kind of bounce back from some miscues like that, but quickly rebounding in game 2. Nice little 4-bagger after a spare in the first. And now our first look, Jody Wessner, Giselle Paz, Jordan Richard, and Maria Jose Rodriguez joining Maria Balanova, Summer Jasmine, Brianna Andrew, and Liz Colkin.
Hey, Kevin. How are you, sir? One of my old league partners, old sports leagues with me. He's seen me bowl before. He knows it's not pretty. Everybody, the most common thing that was ever told to me when I bowled. How do you throw the ball so good and be so bad? And, I still don't know the answer to that, Aaron Smith.
Well, the important thing is that you continue to win your weekly matchup against the Hall of Famer Tennille Milligan.
Yes, absolutely. It's the only thing important to me in bowling anymore. Although I do have a team that I'm building for nationals next year. We're gonna go make that journey, and it might include a couple of my family members, which we have never bowled together. So I am, and it actually might also include some other prolific bowlers as well. For some reason, they don't mind bowling with me. So we'll see. I'm excited.
Very cool stuff. Gotta love the family aspect of the Open Championships when it's available out there. Great place to come together, family and friends.
Absolutely.
And if you're lucky, Matt Canzaro takes your picture.
Come on, Matt Canizaro. He will not be taking my picture. Maybe for the what not to do. Don't be this guy.
Well, that's the cool thing about what Matt does. However, it's not just about the scores out there, Curtis. It's about the participation, the longevity, the coolness of things going on, happening. The family connection.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, it's one thing that always defines bowling, because 99% of people going to the Open Championships, Aaron Smith, expect to not take home an eagle. Right? They know they're going into this thing without really a pop at taking home the big prize. It's a massive tournament. But they're going on to have it's something they look forward to all year, because they get to go there, have some fun with friends, have some fun moments, experience that camaraderie, that community. A lot of these teams have been together for a millennia, it seems. And it's just a special moment. Obviously there are the people who go there, they build their team to win. And it is special. But most of us are just going there to have some fun, enjoy each other.
Get your team signed up today. Bowl.com/OpenChamp for 2022 in Vegas.
It looks like Daria Payok, Tale of Two Cities right now. 57 in the fifth. 57 in the fifth. So she's got some bailing to do here, Aaron Smith. Verity Crawley putting a good game together. 279 possible for her. Alexis Nye looking to build on a decent game first game. She about 230s. Ashley Rucker. Nice little start to her game. Remember, there's some live scoring out there, folks. If you want to watch one feed but keep track of what everybody else is doing, you can go to PWBA.com. Check out their live scoring app, or live scoring interface. It'll show you all the scores as they happen. Taking a look here, Taylor Boltice putting together a nice game. She can bowl 278. Diana Zavjalova did 230, still possible for her. Ashley Galante having some struggles. Erin McCarthy, 260s out there for her. So there's some scores, but it definitely seems as though this is a little bit slower than the last squad. Now, and they had a little, how hard is it, Aaron Smith? Take about an 8 or 9 minute delay. And a little break in the bowling action, an unanticipated break in the bowling action. How hard is it to get back on that horse and refocus yourself and go out there and throw a good shot?
Well, Curtis, these are these athletes out on tour are prepared for just about every possible situation out here. Obviously, you never like to have that happen to where you got to sit around for a second. But, most of the players are thinking about ways to stay loose, stay energized throughout the course of the block. We talked to Verity a couple days ago after she wrapped up. And, we talked about just, what she, talked about the snacks to get through a block. And so I think these players with just the training that they have from working with their international teams to preparing to be an athlete out here on tour throughout the course of the year, just kind of have these contingent plans built in for, these little hiccups. So, it may not be something you see on camera, but off screen, the players are staying loose. They're finding ways to make sure, they're not getting too cold or tightening up or anything like that. So for them, it's, put that physical process of that into place and then just try to keep up the mental fortitude that you need to show regardless over the course of a 9-game block. Stay committed to that plan and just know it might be a quick second. Do what you need to do to stay loose and reset when it's time to get back up there.
Hey, can we hop over to 5 through 8?
5 through 8, absolutely.
Looks like we have some decent scores being shot over there. So I want to get a little closer look. It's one of the pairs that I can't get as sweet a look as all the other action. So it is quite nice though to have literally a front row seat. Yeah, look at these. Got some nice games being shot here. Ooh, nice cover. Nice cover, Lindsay Boomer Shine. Go Boom. Laying down the boom, trying to preserve a good, decent game there. Another 220 possible for Lindsay. Diana Zavjalova can bowl, it looks like, a 239. Taylor Boltice still has a 260 possible. And Ashley, not so much. It is tough going for her in that second game, as 140 would be a decent game at this point for her. Unfortunately, never like to see that happen. And Aaron, Verity leaves something we have seen way too much over the last few days.
At 2-8-10.
Oh, there you go, Diana. Thank you for proving me right now, making me look good. 239 still possible for Di as she just plaques that urethane right into the pocket. Alexis Nair coming out having a really good start. She actually, her angle looks really, really nice, Aaron. Sometimes Alexis can be a little flat into the pocket because of just the way her game is constructed. She's deadly accurate. She's really consistent. Love a lot of aspects of her game, but she's just not the player that's going to just outstrike you, right? But on this, she can play a little more straight up and get a steep angle coming into the pocket, and it looks really nice. So we'll see her. Verity takes the 2 and the 8 back, leaving the 10. That's a hard, nearly impossible split to make right there. Very low percentage, the 2-8-10. So let's take a look at Alexis. She's going to be stepping up here on lane 7. Obviously, has a famous bowling brother as well, and a very good bowling father. Andy has some of the most I guess up there for most 300s bowled, sanctioned 300s, and it's a slew of them.
Alexis, a collegiate standout at Delaware State.
Oh, that one just kind of jumps on her.
Wow.
I don't think she expected that either.
How did the
8 stay up?
Interesting.
I'm going to go look at the delay here.
I mean, it looks like the 2-pin may have been a little off spot, but
not too much. Whoa, that is just weird. We got to clip that out. That's a weird one to do that.
I secretly want her to try and. I mean, the easiest way is to deflect the 3 deflect the ball from the 3 off to get the 8, right?
Yeah, no, you want to steep it. You want to hit it pretty steep on the 3-pin, get the 3 to take the 6 and the 10 out, and then the ball to take out the 8, right? That's what I would imagine you would shoot this. But she's going to go for, yeah, there you go.
All right.
Nice shot, Alexis. And she's pretty happy about it. We saw her we saw her in practice, if you remember.
Oh, yeah.
Smith.
Oh, yeah.
She took the 6 and the 9 straight back and then put it through the same hole. Always impressive. And I asked her, hey, did you try to do that again? She's like, of course I did. It's almost like a badge of pride. It's absolutely one of those things. If you have a chance to try to do it, obviously not in competition. Practice is probably the best time to get that done. But she was smiling. She was all smiles for a 2 count.
Well, a big spare there will give her the opportunity to get or post another 220 game here in the early going. Taylor Boltes getting ready for her 10th frame in just a moment. 268 her max score. Dasha going to reset to a 48 out there for her. Looking to get plus after some missed spares to end game 1.
Yeah, she should easily be in the plus right now. Uncharacteristic of Dasha, especially 7 pins. You maybe flag a 10 pin every once in a while, but do you expect her to miss a 7 pin? No, not even a little bit. Just a little mental lapse there. Maybe some nerves. I don't know. And Verity kicks out that 10 pin. Get out of here, 10 pin. You get out. Ashley Galante not having fun right now. Let's make the spare, Ashley. There you go. Come on. 140 maxes she can max out at, and that's a little disheartening. But it doesn't mean that it's over for her. There's plenty of time. Get 7 more games to get back at it. Come on. Good shot there by Dasha. Good shot there by Dasha. Still 230, still a nice rebound there. 237 if she spares and strikes. Taylor Bolti's going for the double in the 2-8, 2-8. But still 250. Not bad for Taylor. She's going to catapult back into the plus. You can see she was not happy with that, Aaron.
She was not.
You think she thought she threw a pretty decent shot? Ooh, Verity gets another crumbler to go there. As you can see on lane 8. She needs some coffee to go with that crumble cake right there. I should be publicly chastised for that comment. That is unacceptable. I apologize to our listeners. Nice finish there by Verity. 231. It's going to put her 47 over after 2. Alexis has a chance to punch out and shoot 227, which would put her at 54 over. And it looks like Dasha can go get to 20 over with a strike here. And she gets it. Nice finish there by Dasha. Good clean game, Aaron. That's a professional game right there.
That it is. Got some strikes early.
Let's get a strike here, Ash. There it is. All right. Come on. Get one more. Comes in a little light there for Alexis. Going to cost her some count there too. 7 count. Kicks out the 5 from the bucket though. So 2, 4, 8, which she does not appreciate. Oh man, I'm just going to be put in the corner here soon.
Some big scores culminating on 1 and 2 at the moment. Jody Westner can shoot 270 over on 3 and 4. Liz Culkin a chance to shoot 269. 225 for Boomershine.
Diana Z looking to bowl 219 here. She's put them again, another professional game, so to speak. She has put them in the pocket. Falls over. Shiver me timbers. That 7-pin falls down. Swashbuckling strike there for Diana Zavyalova.
A swashbuckling strike.
You like that, don't you?
I do. I'm trying to think of more pirate references now for like a messenger.
Oh.
Like a scout across the deck.
Make it walk the plank, baby.
Oh. Woo.
I can do this all day, Aaron Smith.
Woo.
Oh. X does not mark the spot there for her. 10 pin. She'll take her 209 and look for buried treasure elsewhere.
.209 the number, plus 34 for DZ. Let's head back to 1 and 2 for a quick second. Stay wrap up.
I have a little guest here. Who has
A little guest,
a little guest here.
little person. So I was eavesdropping on you guys and saw the 36810 leave by Alexis Nair, and I went running into the downstairs here to Tom Frenzel's office, and I paused the screen, and I said, here it is, Tom. And he goes, what is this? So we had a conversation 3 days ago about, he said he wanted to do a research project on all the possible split leaves and how frequently they're converted. And he said, but my problem is I don't know what split leaves, because I said, isn't there 1,028 different split combinations? And he said yes, but not all of them are left all the time, like, you know, the 4-5, for example. But so that was a little Aaron Smith joke. But
Oh yeah.
but he said, like, the whole back row, right? That's not left. And I said, well, my sister left it when she was 6. She throws a 6-pound ball goes down the lane, knocks over the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, stops on the deck. Machine picks it up, sweeps the ball off the deck with the pins, and she has to shoot the whole back row. So yeah, so we're going through possible, you know, combinations that nobody ever leaves, and I bring up the 36810, and he says, well, nobody's ever left that before. That's impossible.
Oh, we beg to differ, good sir.
I said, I used to see it all the time in youth bowling. You'd have somebody throw a ball, low weight ball would roll out, it would be a 3-6-10 hit, the ball would bounce to the right and leave the 8 with it. He goes, it's not possible. It's never happened. So I paused it on Alexis's 3-6-8-10 and brought it to his office, and he's like, I stand corrected, I guess.
Making bowling history here at the ITRC. Wow. Yeah, you know, we knew it was where we kind of took a double take there when we saw it, and we're like, wait, what happened? And I watched it on the delay to watch it again and see that ball just kind of deflect. I have the time code. We're gonna have to clip that one out.
And she made it.
And she made it. She made it clean.
Yeah,
like
so,
clean.
Yeah.
And she was tickled pink about it too.
Now we can report that to Tom, that the spare conversion percentage on the 3-6-8-10 is 100%.
100%. So you better make it. So I guess the Nair family just good at picking up splits, huh?
It's kind of their thing.
Yeah, but that's it. That's all I had. I just thought you guys would appreciate that story.
Hey, JT, I think we gotta get Tom a bowling robot now to you know, try and replicate this to see how many times it takes to put that rev rate in place. Do you know where we can get Tom one of those?
I do, actually.
How about that?
There's one a few feet from where Curtis is sitting right now.
Yeah, it's an impressive piece of equipment. Have you ever heard of it, Aaron? I think it's called Earl.
Earl. Just like that TV show?
Yeah, just like that TV show. Earl's pretty good.
I say in honor of this week here, the PWBA event, we renamed the robot Lisa.
I like it. What say you, Aaron Smith?
If he can come up for what the acronym stands for right now, I'm 100% in. I'm putting you on the spot, JT.
And Lisa, obviously it's Lisa Wagner, right? It's 4 letters because I think it has to be a 4-letter acronym. But Lisa was also the name of the woman that the 2 nerds invented in Weird Science.
Wow. Yeah, that is true. Wow. Bill Paxton in that movie.
How How about a nice greasy pork sandwich served in a dirty ashtray?
You know, there's a lot of things I never expect to hear on a live stream any given day. And I have to say that's probably pretty close to the top of the list right there. Only slightly followed by, did she just leave the 26810?
Yep, you never know what you're going to see when you tune into Bull TV. And with that, I will leave it to you guys. I'll be back.
Tip of the hat to JT, always bringing the fire. Always bringing the fire. Stefan asked, are there any bowlers bowling tonight mothers? Absolutely. We have an expecting mother bowling in the field today. And does anybody know who that is? Aaron Smith, I think you know.
I do know, because you mentioned it, and then I said, I did not know that. And then it's like, how about that? And then congratulations.
This individual is 20 weeks. 20 weeks. And she is, it's going to be her last event because the doctor is putting the clamps on her bowling. But congratulations to Kayla Pashina. Her and her husband expecting a little boy. So very happy for them. Juan Fonseca says, Lisa stands for like I strike always.
That's what we need. We needed the acronym for it.
Okay. Challenge to Bowl TV chat. Right now, Juan is in the lead for the acronym like I strike always stands for Lisa, our new name for the robot in honor of the PWBA this week. Can you come up with a better one? That's my challenge.
That's a pretty good one. Setting the bar pretty high here in the get-go.
Yep. Lisa has yet to bowl a 900.
It's okay. Earl hasn't either. So. A few other mothers in the field, though, since we're on the conversation. Josie Barnes, bowling on A squad right now. Lindsay Boomershine.
See.
Jody Scherer. Shalyn Zulkifli. And then Kayla, the expecting mother.
Absolutely. Chris Pullum. Lessons in striking accuracy. I like it. And David Gully asks, what's Earl's high series? I don't know that, Aaron. Do you?
I do not for sure check record book accuracy. If Tom is watching right now, I'm sure he could chime in, but I know during the Journey to 900, which we did attempt many times to shoot a 900 series with Earl, the enhanced automated robotic launcher that is at the ITRC right now. So the bowling, or where we're watching the bowling take place from, there is this machine that we're talking about on the research side of the facility on the high end of the house. And that was a series. You can watch it on Bowl TV. I believe Wes Malott as the operator of Earl I believe shot either 8.0 or 18 with the robot. So I believe that was a high number from the series. I'm not sure, however, as far as if there are more games that we don't know about, more series that we don't know about. We did shoot at least one 300 during that as well. So you can check all that out on our on-demand channels on Bowl TV.
Alex asks, can a robot with AI predict the breakdown on a lane? You know what? I mean, I'm sure one can be developed. Last I checked, though, there's only a couple bowling robots out there, and none of them are equipped with AI.
And that's one of the things Tom was working on during the show. Tom is a 100% stats guy and likes to crunch the numbers to understand the why and the how. And essentially was trying to determine quickly, how long you could stay on one shot, knowing that Earl is going to be incredibly accurate. What's happening to the oil as it, gets collected onto the bowling ball as it changes on the lane. So I know Tom, was working on an algorithm essentially for that. And then, obviously the player perspective as well. We had Jason Belmonte go out there and, essentially his plan to shoot 900 with Earl was to play one line in game one, a completely different line in game two, and then a third line in game three. That did not work out as well as Jason would have hoped. And then Wes, kind of making his tweaks throughout the course of it, was the one who got the most dialed in for all of his opportunities. Basically averaged about probably about 265 in his couple of series with Earl in that situation. So you could argue, is the eye still stronger than the mathematics behind it? Is what you're seeing as a field player out there on the lanes and knowing you're going to have, basically an accurate shot every time versus kind of going versus the stats and the science of it and kind of making those calculated moves. Still a great question.
It's kind of akin to aircraft's landing on an aircraft carrier. And I'll tell you why. When you get into a certain range, there's a communication that happens between the plane and the aircraft carrier that helps you land. Actually, this is not on an aircraft carrier. This is just on a landing strip. That helps you land on a certain part of the landing strip. And they actually had to program in a fudge factor left to right. Otherwise, the airplanes would just literally burn a groove into the same spot of the landing strip. So to get a more even breakdown, they programmed that. Interesting little fact.
Very. Definitely makes perfect sense, though. We got JT dropping some of the numbers in there. Wes, 750, 809, 815 in his 9 games at operating Earl. Talking about Eagles, that might win the All Events Eagle at the Open Championships most years. I would hope.
Kayla Paschina, by the way, is bowling tonight, yes, and she's bowling on 1 and 2. If you want to check Kayla out over there and actually we're covering 1 and 2 right now. So yes, she is, I believe, on this pair. She is the top right or top left bowler on lane 1. Am I an aviation enthusiast? My brother is a pilot. He flew and still flies in the Navy. He flew Prowlers. Interesting fact as well, the plane that he flew is actually on display in the Naval Aviation Museum where I live in Pensacola, Florida. So that is very, very cool. He went to the Naval Academy. Coincidentally, as well, he became one of the first pilots ever to fly in the Navy with corrected vision. Also, another interesting fact. So I am an aviation enthusiast by proxy because of my brother. He now flies for Delta and lives in Las Vegas, and I love him very much. He's an incredible man and has spent most of his life serving our country. So very grateful for him and what he did. He's had a couple of tours in Afghanistan and Iraq back in the 2000s. And my middle brother did as well. He was a battle medic in the Army and is still in the National Guard. He lives up in Washington and spent a couple of tours overseas as well. So yeah, there you go. They're both smarter than me, and I make no illusions about that. I'm better looking though, so there you go.
Taking it home right there. I like that.
We are still waiting for Game 2 updates right now. We will get those out to you as soon as we have them. So just a little, be patient. We'll get you. We have an outstanding crew doing the work. And by crew, I mean Tennille Milligan. Yeah, Alex, I agree. And it's also, again, to put it in aviation terms, why don't they don't have robots flying planes either? As they rely on that intuition and feel to make the right choice when you need to make the right choice. And that, bowling's very much the same way, no bowler is ever going to make the perfect shot every time like Earl can. And even Earl doesn't make the same exact shot every single time, although he's very, very close. There's definitely, it's a blending of art and science, if you will, bowling. It's a couple parts feel, it's a couple parts emotion, and a couple of parts science. So it's one of the things that makes it incredibly entertaining. Maria Jose Rodriguez getting up, trying to throw a high game here. Starting off with the front four.
Gets the kick of the 10.
We have an update here in the building from after game 2, and we are waiting for the website to update. So
it just updated as well.
Oh, perfect. There we go.
Just checked it. Yep.
And a spot after 2. So let's take a look and see who's who amongst bowlers. Daria Payok, 176 her second game, but she's still head of the class for A squad right now with 53 over. She's sitting in 22nd place. Verity Crawley, couple of solid games. 230, 47 over. Lindsay Boomershine, 222, 225, tied for 47 over. And then Taylor Boltice is at 41 over. Alexis Nair at 41 over. Claire Guerrero at 24. Dasha Kovalova at 20. Ashley Rucker at 18. And Jordan Richard at 18. And then so on and so forth. And then you got a lot of the bowlers in A squad sitting there. So check them out. They are up on the website at this point, so you can check out those scores. They are updated. Maria Jose Rodriguez. I like it. She's working on the front five, Aaron. She's going to be coming up here in a little bit.
Looks like she's going the urethane route so far. And
that doesn't surprise me.
Doesn't surprise me either. She's
an enthusiast, if you will.
Seen her toss that a couple of times this season, so definitely comfortable making that move.
Yep. She's one of the more power type players. Well, right now I'm looking at Dasha Kovalova, and she is in a ball that no competitor wants to see her throw, because when she puts it in her hand, good things usually happen, and that's that kinetic platinum, the gray ball. A ball that she has had a massive amount of success on tour with so far this year. We've seen her throw it a lot. We're talking about Maria Jose Rodriguez being comfortable in urethane. A lot can be said about a ball that you're comfortable with. Might be even if it doesn't have the best shape of your entire arsenal, the fact that you're comfortable with it might be the deciding factor. Diana Z putting together a decent game. Looks like she's throwing the fast pitch. She's on 7 and 8. So this is going to be interesting, though. Here's a couple of things, right? Nick's notes said this oil tends to carry down a little quicker. And with urethane going down the lane a little more, pushing oil down the lane even more, is that going to... How much do you think that's going to affect the transition here coming up in a couple of games?
Well, if you think about it in relation to what we saw in B squad earlier, it's going to give them an opportunity to throw some strikes at the end.
Yeah. It's going to create, if they do it right, should create some hold in the middle and some hook right.
Jody gets him to tumble. Off to a nice start here. She's at +4. Maria's stepping up, looking for 7.
Jordan Richard throws down the strike. We saw her finish 3rd place last night. Great tournament by J. Rich. Spent a lot of the time outside looking in, and then made a nice move to get into the show. But it was Birgit's night. Didn't seem like anybody was going to slow her down. That was out. Oh, yeah, that just got behind a little bit. And her streak will end at 6. But Jordan was the closest to taking her down. But everything literally fell for Birgit's way, and she had a couple of carries there that, pin falls here for you, pin falls there for you. It can be the determining factor. It's one of the things that makes this sport exciting.
Jordan, and talking with her and Kelly Kulik after that matchup, Jordan admitted to saying, that wasn't my best game out there that day. And, that's it was just taking an honest look. She was, kind of disappointed with some of her execution. Thought she, the bowling ball that she selected to use was the one, was kind of that transition ball when the pattern started to get a little funny, as we saw it do quite a bit on that 43-foot condition. So, she's comfortable with the bowling ball choice she made. Said, just the execution wasn't the best, but her second championship round of appearance of the year. She's got a second and a third place finish, looking to parlay that into another top 12 here at the IBC. Now looking for 3 in a row. Excellent shot.
Chris, I didn't know that there were different shapes inside the bowling balls. I thought they were just filled with gravy or something. No, I saw that. I saw that article, and I really enjoyed it. I think they did a really good job explaining ball motion and ball physics in a very relatable way for people, and understanding how drilling affects the way the core sits in a ball and affects the way that it moves and reacts. And it was very cool. They used a bunch of storm bowling balls, I believe, in that article, and showed those cores. And it was really, really cool. I liked it. Jillian, I agree. I think people are surprised to find that there's oil on the lane and not wax, and that bowling balls, there are very technical and scientific things. And that's why you have really smart guys like Matt McNeil dedicated to understanding how those balls are going to react. And maybe we can get Matt to say a few things here in a little bit about what he's seeing out there and what bowling balls he's choosing to use. Because, I just named up because I get a little nervous. He's standing next to me. Ashley Rucker, one of our PTQ qualifiers, starting out with the front 6 here in game 3.
She's over on 11 and 12.
Verity looks like she can put together a 230 game. Verity Crawley. Dasha trying to put another 230 game together. Those games will just chipping away. Looks like Jordan Richard right here, though. That's what we call a bail, Aaron Smith.
And that last shot, she got out there. That thing came roaring back to mix them up. So big 4-bagger for Jay Richin.
She's been known to twist them a little bit,
but creating some room out there.
Man, how you get that ball to curve like that? Get it to curve.
Maria, chance at 279 still.
Chris, absolutely. If I had a nickel, I had a nickel for that. Man, I just throw it straight. How do you get that ball to curve like that? Well, you see. Yes, where do you want me to start? That is the question. Where do you want me to start? It starts off with bowling ball, grip, approach, fit. And yeah, I'll offer to teach you. I have a good friend of mine started dating a bowler who throws it dead straight. Bowls in a league, just throws it dead straight. And they found out that I know a little bit about bowling, just a small amount. I know a sliver in comparison to what a lot of people do, but one thing I can do is teach somebody how to hook a ball. And so we are starting to break things down for him, and he is shocked as to the depths. Nice pickup there by Giselle, by the way. Really nice pickup, very accurate. He is shocked by the depth and difficulty of hooking the ball. But we were born into it, Aaron Smith. I never knew any other way. My dad, first time he took me bowling, it was at a base bowling center in Fresno, California. They were stationed there when I was very young. Took me out there, gave me those. Remember the blue inflatable bumpers? Do you remember those?
Of course, absolutely.
Oh man, that just brings back so much memories there. They gave me the good old blue inflatable bumpers, and they drilled me up a ball, Mickey Mouse bowling ball, 6-pounder. Loved that ball. And he took me out there, and we got to bowl, got to throw some shots out there. It was a lot of fun. And that was the last time he let me bowl on bumpers.
You were one and done?
I was one and done. And after that, it was shake hands with the Jolly Green Giant. That's how he tried to get me to follow through. And he taught me the ways.
Pretty good teacher you had there.
He wasn't bad. He had a couple good years. When he bowled good at league, he would get what he called the victory bag. When he bowled good, he win some pots, win some brackets. He would go to Jack in the Box and get 10 super tacos. 10. And destroy them. It was how he didn't have a heart attack at 32 is beyond me.
To the victor go the spoils.
It was the victor go the spoils. You get like two for $2 or something stupid like that. So you just fire off those bad boys. Oh, Joan, I love the CSI stories. I love when JT tells the CSI stories because the film crew just it eluded them as to why oil needed to go on the lanes. Wait, we and they wouldn't put oil on the lanes. They wouldn't put oil on the lanes because they had a bunch of lighting and equipment, and I understand why, right? You have people walking across the surface of those lanes a whole bunch. You don't want to obviously put oil out there. It's very dangerous. And so he was the consultant and also a double for the guy that they got to throw strikes on. So they're like, we need you to throw some strikes here. And he throws one shot and it just hooks at his toes. He's like, wait, are you guys going to put oil on the lane? He's like, you need oil. But yeah, maybe we can coax JT sometime soon to get on here and tell some of those wonderful stories about the time he was a consultant for the CSI television show. It was an episode in which a head came out of the ball return, Aaron Smith.
That seems more like a Simpsons episode. Treehouse of Horror type situation versus CSI, but
Yeah, no,
I mean, it's a great way to make an initial impact in your storyline.
No, absolutely. That's what those initial, cutscenes are all about. They were all like, what's the weirdest way we can discover a body? And then that's what they do. Joan, I think JT said he fired off like 8 in a row on the infinite burn, as we would call it. You worked on House? Oh, I loved House. House was one of my favorite shows. One of my favorite characters in general. You know what I just found out, Aaron Smith? We're talking about bowling and pop culture. A certain movie is getting a sequel. And it is a bowling movie. Do you know which one?
It's one of, well, there's only 3 bowling movies out there.
There's Greed, right? Where Michael J. Fox played a professional bowler.
Okay, I actually didn't know about that one.
Oh man, yeah.
Or up to 4 at least.
I'll tell you a story about that.
I know of Dreamer.
Dreamer, yes.
We got Kingpin.
And
we got Big Lebowski.
And the Big Lebowski.
I feel it's Lebowski.
No, it is not the Big Lebowski.
Kingpin then?
But it's Kingpin. Kingpin is getting it. It has a resurgence of popularity. It bombed the box office when it was released in the early 90s, or mid 90s. And it has, due to streaming, it has found a pop culture cult following. And the original cast is signed on. Woody Harrelson, apparently, and Randy Quaid both signed up. And I wonder if Big Ernie McCracken, played by Bill Murray, is going to make a return too. They can't make that movie without a Big Ern. Modeled after Ernie Schlegel. Greed did do a good job. They actually really tried to do a good job actually portraying the bowling aspect of things, and they went through a lot to consult with the PBA tour, even though bowling was only in there for maybe the first 10 or 15 minutes of the show. And do you know who taught Michael J. Fox how to bowl?
Not a clue, Curtis.
Legendary left-hander, Johnny Petraglia. So I believe we were at Carolier the year that it was released, and Michael J. Fox, I got to meet him. Michael J. Fox came and bowled a special event with Johnny Petraglia, bowled a doubles event with him to raise some money for charity. And he is as great as a human being as you would hope he would be. It was great with the audience, great with the crowd, had so much fun. And I'll never forget that. It was very impactful. I was always very starstruck with him. He's one of my favorite actors of the early 90s. Yeah, there you go, Joan. Joan knew. Johnny Petraglia. Yeah, a couple of people know. Yeah, absolutely. Rags did coach Michael J. Fox. I can understand why bowlers hate. I understand why bowlers hate Kingpin. I can understand because it really does kind of poke fun at the sport a little bit, and also people who bowl in that fashion would get their face stomped in out of the professional tour. I love the scene where they go into the stadium and they're bowling in the stadium, and you look around and it's like Mark Roth and Randy Peterson and Norm Duke and all these guys, and you're like, oh, you would not stand a chance against any of those guys in real life. So yeah, getting a sequel. Love it or hate it, it'll be there. Yeah, wasn't it great, Joan? It was so great. It's hard to believe that was nearly 30 years ago, huh? It really is, and it makes me feel old. But gracious that I've had the opportunity to be around the sport for as long as I have.
A lot of good stuff in the Bowl TV chat. A lot of great stuff here with Curtis Von Kruger. Game 4 coming up next here from the International Bowling Campus Classic. For A squad competitors, B squad in the books already with their 9 games. Getting closer to determining the top 12 here for the IBC, as well as the top 24 for the Bowl TV Classic. We'll start digging into those numbers a little bit deeper as we near the end of the block. Right now, I take an opportunity to thank another accessory partner here on the PWBA Tour, Master. For over 50 years, Master Industries has been recognized worldwide as the leading manufacturer of premium high-performance bowling products. So be sure to check them out. Bowlwithmaster.com. Gloves, wrist supports, grip aids, ball cleaners and polishes, shoe care products, shoe covers, socks, towels, and more. Master, proud sponsor here on the PWBA Tour for the 2021 season. All right, Curtis, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Favorite scene in Kingpin?
Favorite scene in Kingpin?
And for the folks in the chat, too, feel free to drop it in there.
Yeah, we have a little pause in the action here. Let's think about this. It's such a simple scene, but I love it. There are some scenes I won't mention, but I just love the scene when Woody Harrelson just got done discovering that his car, the engine block is blown in the car because somebody put sugar in his gas tank. And he gets in the car with Big Ern, and there's this huge bag of sugar in the back seat of his car, and he's like, "Hey, what's all the sugar for?" He's like, "That's for my morning coffee." And I just love just the no hesitation, bold-faced lie.
As only a Bill Murray character could deliver it.
Absolutely. Well, I met the landlady in, she came out to one of the events before the movie launched, and she came to one of the shows. An amazingly nice lady. Beautiful. She's a beautiful woman. Obviously, her character was a little bit different than her real life.
Into game 4 we go. Taking a quick look around the house. Still on lanes 1 through 4. Dasha Kovalova, Jody Scher, Verity Crawley, and Alexis Nair. Aaron McCarthy, Fania Kobo, Ashley Rucker, and Daria Payuk joining us on 3 and 4. You can find Tanya Lopez, Shalyn Zolkeefley, Hannah Brookins, and Clara Guerrero on 5 and 6. Kayla Pashina, Jennifer Russo, Josie Barnes and Cara Mangiola on 7 and 8. Maria Jose Rodriguez, Giselle Paz, Jordan Richard, and Jody Wessner on 9 and 10. Maria Belanova, Brianna Andrew, Summer Jasmine, and Liz Culkin on 11 and 12. And then Lindsay Boomershine, Taylor Baltice, Diana Z, and Ashley Galante on 13 and 14.
We got some solid gold in the chat. This is the game I really start to expect scores to start. I think they're going to start creeping up here, Aaron Smith.
They've been trickled in so far. We had game one with Daria 277, but then came back down quite a bit in the 170s after that. Maria last game 268. We had Taylor Baltice in the 250s in game two. But yeah, it just hasn't, we haven't seen the big scores pop just yet the way they did for our competitors on B Squad earlier today.
Yeah, I am very interested to see the Tom Smallwood series. I really, really am. I hope it's great. I hope they find that good balance between comedy and realism, if that makes sense. Because it's easy. It's easy to kind of mock things, but hopefully it'll be friendly. Yeah, a couple of brutal 7-10s there. You caught one in the corner and on lane 5, and then, of course, Dasha just left one as well. That was a really nice shot for a 7-10. Game 3 results look like they are up in-house here. We're still kind of waiting for them to get uploaded to the internet right now, onto the website, PWBA.com. I'll call out some standings of note. Cut position right now is at 165 over. Clearly, your tournament leader is still Stephanie Zavala at 278 over. Obviously, there are tons of games left to bowl, as we are just in our 4th game right now. Looks like Maria Jose Rodriguez coming in as the leader of the squad so far, 85 over. Diana Zavyalova at 80 over. Ashley Rucker at 78 over. They're in 21st and 22nd place, respectively. And so we'll get you some more scores there. And glad to see, like I said, I felt like I said in the beginning of the show, I felt like Diana had a really good look on this pattern. I felt like she was going to match up well. She's over here bowling on lanes 13 and 14, literally right in front of me. You want to check out what she's doing. She was throwing a fast pitch. I think she might be making a ball change here. We shall see. Yeah, Chris, I agree. It's a fine line, you know, and it's these shows aren't made to show how difficult bowling is. They're made to, you know, be entertainment, and you know, us as bowlers and fans of the actual sport of bowling have a very different expectation of what to see, you know, and it's like when I watch a military movie, right? It's hard for me to watch a military movie because I was in the military. I understand what the military is actually all about, and they get a trillion things wrong. And so it's frustrating for me. Anything about submarines and anything about the military just frustrates me. But I also understand that it's entertainment, and they can't seed it fully in reality. Otherwise, it doesn't tell an interesting story. So let's hope, you know, they find that balance. It's a hard thing to do. But any exposure is good exposure. So we're happy for that. Verity Crawley just sending one straight into the pocket. A good double there for her. Nice rebound after the open. Erin McCarthy getting things back on after 2 opens in the second and third. She's 32 over. Ashley Rucker having a big game last game. Coming in with a very solid start here so far. One of the few lefties in the field. She has pretty much the whole side of her lane to herself. I think there might be one other lefty. I think Brianna Andrew, excuse me, no S. Brianna Andrew is the only other one. So, come on. And a 10 pin for Dasha there. So some throwing the ball really well, throwing him into the pocket, just have some trouble carrying. Very unique style. Ashley Rucker. I call her NBA jams because she just jams it into the pocket. Tons of lift at the bottom of her swing, gets that nice loft, and really a lot of tilt on her shots, and just shreds the pocket. She just made that 39, 40 foot pattern we had on the PTQ look pretty easy. And they were not easy in any respect. Nice shot there by Daria as well. Yeah, League of Ordinary Gentlemen. Absolutely. Movie made back in the early 90s or early 2000s. If you want to watch that show and play a drinking game, take a shot every time Nick Hoagland changes his haircut in that movie. You will not last long. We love you, Nick. Yeah, I think we should start a petition online for Nick Hoagland to bring the frosted tips back. Like Mark McGrath style. Let's bring the frosted tips back for Nick Hoagland. I'll tell you one thing, and you've seen Alexis bowl here a couple of times on lanes 1 and 2. Really hard to see her again, just struggling with footing, just struggling with her slide. I feel like she would be bowling obviously that's an obvious statement. Of course, she would be bowling so much better if she had confidence in her slide. And I think there are a few things as frustrating as just not being able to figure out a comfortable slide. Oh, brutal 7th in there for Ashley. Ends a little 3-bagger there for her. Ooh. Thank goodness that pin was painted for Jody, because she just slides it down the double wood, the 2-8. Gets it down, though. Doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you do it. Daria Payok stepping up for a 5-bagger here on lane 4. Sporting the new do. She's actually getting in pretty deep and just absolutely. When she strikes, you hear it. It reverberates the building. And it's a lot of fun to watch as Dasha almost bounces that one out and almost picks up that 6, 7, 10. But that'll be an open frame for Dasha. She's struggling this game. She's got some work to do if she wants to get into that top 12. Bill, Hoagland's been around over 20 years now. Actually started, as so many people in this industry did, started working as an assistant tournament director out on the men's tour back in the day, working for Kurt Von Kruger, and he has stayed in the industry ever since in one form or another. So he has been around the administrative or the business side of bowling for a long time.
pretty good bowler in his own right. So
Yeah.
not only crushing people's dreams with his oil patterns left and right, but can toss the rock a little bit. Nick, a collegiate standout at 2 different times for Indiana University, and an Eagle winner at the Open Championships.
Oh, good question. How long has Peggle been around? It was founded by John Davis and Linda Davis, and David Jennings as well. 1981 is when they started. 1981. So they've been around a while, and they revolutionized lane maintenance with their lane machines. It used to be a very different strategy to oil lanes back. Stripping and oiling was a task. And now, it's funny, Aaron, I watch them oil lanes now here at the ITRC, and they set the lane machine up on lane 1, push a button, and you pretty much can just walk away because it walks itself down and oils, and it strips and oils all at the same time, and then comes back and walks itself to the next lane and rolls down the next lane. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful piece of engineering to watch.
There's really no reason to ever get mad at the lane man then, if that's the case, right?
Absolutely.
But to bring, talking about Nick Hoagland, bringing it full circle with Nick's levels of anarchy to collegiate bowlers with his lane patterns. Usually at the Hoosier Classic every year, there's 3 different oil patterns throughout the course of the tournament. You get one for day one for the second day, and then for the teams that advance to the bracket, there's a 3rd oil pattern. A couple years back, they celebrated the 50th edition of the Hoosier Classic. And Nick, being a historian of the sport, loving the sport, wanted to bring back some nostalgia for that 50th edition. So for the match play portion that year, he brought in Lenny Nicholson to oil the lanes by hand.
Oh my God!
For the bracket finals.
Did he bring the old school oil can?
With the oil can.
Oh my gosh, that needs to be in a museum. That spray can needs to be in an absolute museum. And I will tell you this: there are few people on this planet that I love sitting down and talking to more, and just. Actually, I don't do any talking, which is amazing because obviously I talk a lot. But if you get around Len Nicholson and just let him tell you stories, you will be utterly enthralled the entire time. Larry Lichstein as well, another pioneer in the bowling industry. But I could listen to those men talk all day and listen to their stories. And you will not stop laughing, I promise you. Veronica has a really good idea, Aaron, and I think I'm going to push for this to happen. She's always wanted to see the International Bowling Museum and Hall of Fame, but she hasn't been able to. Maybe we should do a video tour with Dasha Kovalova being the tour guide. I can support that 100%.
Well, I do know she is going to be available on Sunday.
Oh man,
Because she will not be bowling the regional.
what? Why not? Oh wait, that's because for many, many reasons. Diana Zavjalova over here on lane 13 and 14 can shoot 240 through the 8th frame right now, working on a 4-bagger. I really like her mental fortitude here. Had a really great tournament, the first tournament, and coming back has really put on a good show here so far. Oh, Ken, yeah. Oiling the lanes was an absolute art form. Absolute art form. And Lynn was the premier artist. The ITRC is an absolute pleasure to watch, to be in. It is a very, very, very cool building. All the flags flying here of all the countries that have trained. Here in the building, so many countries represented.
And of course, it is open to everybody. So
Absolutely.
if you are in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, other than the days that's closed during the week, it does close for a couple of days during the week. Not only can you come check it out, you have the ability to use the same training tools as Team USA when they come to get ready for international competition. Specto, all the neat stuff that helps bowlers train. You can schedule a lesson with Lou, USBC Gold Coach, by the way. Got the pro shop right there. I mean, it's a training facility, but it's not necessarily, you got to know someone to know someone to know someone to get in. It is open to anybody who wants to come in, schedule a lesson.
If you want to know what your ball is actually doing and get the empirical data to back it up, and then get the empirical data to know when you make a change, what it's actually doing, it's a great place. Absolutely a great place. And it's just a fun place in general. Make a day of it. Come here, schedule a lesson, take a look at the Hall of Fame. Just soak in the rich history of bowling. As Lindsay Boomershine's she's already in the 230s, looking to bowl 248. Diana Zavjalova looking to bowl 247. She laid down the foundation frame in the 9th and looking to capitalize by striking out in the 10th. Rod, to answer your question, yes. The PBA uses its own set of pins specifically for the show. Ashley Rucker and Aaron McCarthy throwing some really nice shots here. Aaron with a really nice 224. Daria Payuk, after a pretty hot start, kind of cooled off here a little bit. Needs a double to get to the 220s. And that is a Rip Racks 10 pin if I've ever seen one. It's going to put her in the 2 teams contingent upon a spare. Verity Crawley, nice split conversion there in the 8th frame. Looking to bowl a 220 herself. And wow. You could tell that one stung. That's as frustrated as you'll see Verity look right there with that kind of deep breath sigh. And she leaves a brutal 9 pin. That'll put her 2-0. 203. Lindsay Boomershine bowls 248. Jumps her up in the standings here. Maria Balanova bowls 253 over here on 11 and 12. Josie Barnes bowling a 230. Got some scores out there. Scores are starting to come up there a little bit. Kind of what we expected a little bit. Yeah, we are a little behind on updating the boards right now. I'm going to go do some investigation for you guys because I care about you and I want your experience to be as good as possible. And I know that knowing what the scores are really enhances the experience because you get to follow who's close and who isn't. So if you'll excuse me for just a few minutes and can bear the silence, which I'm sure you'll be fine, I'll go check that out for you guys and we'll get that figured out.
Heading into game number 5 here, A Squad International Bowling Campus Classic. We'll get you the lineup here across the house in just a second. But before we do that, I want to give a shout out to 3G. 3G shoes provide unparalleled value and performance to match your skill level. From their top-of-the-line Tour Ultra to the budget price kicks, 3G makes sure every single pair of shoes is built for durability, comfort, and style. Be sure to visit 3gbowling.com to pick up the best shoe style for your game. Across the house here for game 5. You can see here on lanes 1 through 4. Maria Balanova, Summer Jasmine, Brianna Andrew, and Liz Culkin making their way to 1 and 2. Lindsay Boomershine, Diana Zavyelova, Taylor Baltais, and Ashley Galante on 3 and 4. Dasha Kovalova, Verity Crawley, Alexis Nair, and Jody Scher on 5 and 6. Aaron McCarthy, Fania Kobo, Ashley Rucker, and Daria Payuk on 7 and 8. Tanya Lopez, Shalyn Zolkeefly, Hannah Brookins, and Claire Guerrero, 9 and 10. Kayla Pacina, Josie Barnes, Jennifer Russo, and Cara Mangiola on 11 and 12. And then Maria Jose Rodriguez, Giselle Paz, Jordan Richard, and Jody Westner on 13 and 14.
Maria Jose Rodriguez just picked over here on 13 and 14. Just picked up the 4-7-10. It was pretty sweet.
Maria making the move into game number 5 at plus 77.
Really doesn't look like many are going to hit. Although, I mean, we never know. But it looks like this squad is definitely lagging behind as far as scoring pace. No, I can't quantify that with any hard evidence at the moment. I'm taking a look and kind of seeing what it looked like, but
Not just, I mean, it feels that way throughout the house too.
yeah.
It's just, we had that moment where all of a sudden it just seemed like everybody was putting their foot through the floor, going about 150 miles per hour. And yeah, we're still driving the speed limit right here. We're obeying the laws.
Yeah, everybody's obeying the posted speed limits. And there's a few bowlers that are not heartbroken about that. The ones that are on the outside looking in for the top 24, people like Shannon O'Keefe and Julia Bond, they want these scores to stay low. Right now, that cut number still at 165 with Rocio Restrepo. That means that no player on this squad, no player in A squad as of yet to break into the top 12 through 4 games of qualifying. It's a little odd there, Aaron. Expect maybe 1 or 2.
Well, looking back at B squad, Stephanie Zavala was already at plus 208 at this point. So that was obviously a great start for her, averaging more than 250 out of the gates. But we only have 2 people who are scores are updated now through 4 online. Only 2 players are even to 100 right now, which just feels. I mean, if they keep that pace up, you look at the averages. Diana Zavialova at plus 106, Lindsay Boomershine at plus 101. They're averaging 225, 226, which puts them overall in the top 5 here. But yeah, just we're just waiting for it to happen. There's going to be a moment. Ashley Rucker plus 88. Maria Jose Rodriguez and Jordan Richard both at plus 77. Verity Crawley plus 74. Daria Payuk plus 61. Erin McCarthy plus 56. Maria Belanova plus 51. Shalyn Zulkifli plus 50. Clara Guerrero plus 46. Jody Wessner plus 46. Fania Kobo plus 45. So there's a lot of players plus, just not a ton plus.
If you think about it from an average standpoint, right? What do you have to average to break into that top 12? 219 is about what you've got to get to. And there are only, at the moment, 4 players, 5 if you count Verity's 218.5. 5 players that would break into the top 12 at this moment. So it would be a 7-5 distribution, which, is not completely off the rails. But that would only put them at the bottom, if they were to just continue their pace. You would have Stephanie Schwartz at 187 is the number. Shannon O'Keefe would be the first out. And my prediction was Stephanie Schwartz was going to be the number. And that was what I predicted based on my argument all week. That I just felt like there was a couple of stronger bowlers on the first squad, or B squad, quote unquote. Not to take, again, this is not to take anything from this squad, because this is jam packed with amazing talent. Giselle Poss starting off with the front four over here in 13 and 14. Looking to add some plus to her score. She's sitting at 20 over. She just threw that one out the window. Shaker 8. Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like anybody's going to touch Stephanie Zavala's lead. And I mean, it's not like Stephanie ran away with it either. Brianna Cote is right there at her heels. Kelly Kulick right there. Even Jen Higgins had a great block. Good to see her bowling well. She's battled back from some health issues he had over the last couple of years, but she started her day with 178 and then just chipped away 209, 248, 210, 220, 224, 20, 268, 248 to get to 211 over. She would be, at the moment, our cut for the television show. Obviously, a lot of bowling. Masaki Mukatani sitting in 5th place. The Japanese bowler who made it out of the PTQ sitting in 5th. Danielle McEwen at 189. Through a 268. Had a couple of really bad games to start. Really bad, it's relative. Had a couple of bad games to start. 180, 178. Then she goes 236, 202, 279, 245. 199, 266, and then a 204 to finish her day. She had an opportunity to bowl a significantly higher game than that, Aaron Smith, and left one of the most brutal 8-10s I've seen in a long time. So, and then Stephanie Schwartz is in 7th place at 187. Like I said, another player that did make it out of the PTQ. Alex, that's a good way to put it. B Squad has more players with nameplates. I like it. Again, everybody, the scores are updated, it looks like, online. So go ahead and check those scores out. I know we had a little bit of a delay on that, but that's been resolved as promised. So check that out. Yep, Tony, it is a fight we will continue to fight with veracity and intensity. Trying to get bowling as an official, fully accepted sport in the Olympics. Although we are at this very facility, we are one of the only buildings to be allowed to display the Olympic rings on our facility. And I like the Beauty and the Beast reference right there by Alex. And Veronica, I think 180, 176, 185, those look like pretty reasonable. Or 187, 189-ish. Maybe 174 if they don't pick things up. You know, that Shannon O'Keefe. That'd be odd. It would be a 4-8 split on the squads, but it's definitely not out of the possibility. But I'm sticking to the 187 at the moment. Although Rocio Restrepo is still in the number at 165.
Curtis, we gotta look after 4 games here as well now at the Bowl TV Classic standings. Once again, a compilation of the qualifying blocks from the Go Bowling Classic a couple days ago and the IBC Classic ongoing at the moment. So once again, this number is fluctuating quite a bit. When we looked at B Squad when they were all said and done, the top 12 scores, we had Sydney Brummett at plus 197 as 12th on B Squad. But right now, as the number continues to work its way up a little bit, currently at 113 over to make the top 24. Shalyn Zulkifli, who's currently competing on this squad, plus 113. So we do expect that number to keep rising here. With so many bowlers within close proximity and a little bit higher scoring pace compared to the Go Bowling Classic. So we saw the number jump quite a bit, especially in the final few games for that top 12 for B Squad. Went from hanging around 140 for a couple of games to jump into 160 to jump into nearly plus 200. So once again, it seems like things a little tamer so far here for A Squad in the early going, but already big time trouble for players like Missy Parkin, who's at plus 114. We mentioned Shannon O'Keefe in the books at plus 103, already getting surpassed here early in the block with 5 games left to go. It's going to be a tall task with some help along the way for them to earn some spots in the top 24 for the Bowl TV Classic.
Yeah, Shannon's going to be holding her breath hoping that she at least bails out a little bit of this tournament and makes that top 12. Otherwise, a wholly disappointing, absolutely, utterly disappointing showing for Shannon here at a building we thought she would have a little bit of an advantage with, as she is as familiar as anybody with this building. Obviously her time and experience with Team USA, mainstay here in this building. She has extensive notes. She's been bowling here pretty much since it's opened. So extensive notes as to how each lane plays and the difference between pairs and all this extra information. And unfortunately, it did not help her very much. As she said to me earlier, I was talking with her before the round started this morning, and she was like, yeah, all that information did nothing for me. So very rare, beyond rare performance there. But you know what? You know what wouldn't surprise me, Aaron Smith? If she came back and won Spokane. Would that surprise you?
Not one bit. Not one bit.
And honestly, she'd probably be the odds-on favorite right now to win that tournament. Just so everybody knows, I know there's a question about Jennifer Rousseau's score. She did not bowl a 15, we promise. Obviously, some sort of calculation error there. Jen is at 66 under instead of 203 under. So, yeah, that's a little bit better than, 15 is probably not realistic. There's, yeah, Tony, Maria does throw the ball amazing. Absolutely love her role. Bowling, it's just one of those things. It's been something we've fought for to get it in the Olympics for so long. And there's multiple reasons that, we're not going to get into that really on here. But, we're going to continue to do what we do. We know that it deserves to be in the Olympics, and we know that it deserves the recognition on an international stage. But if that was the case, Veronica, then golf would not be in the Olympics either, or softball.
Curtis, we got a few players beginning to put together games here to potentially break the mold and get a little closer to what that top 12 number is right now. Here for the IBC Classic, Maria Jose Rodriguez is going to be in the 240s.
Yep. And
then Ashley Rucker over on 7 and 8 has 280 out there.
That's not bad, last I heard. Aaron McCarthy also in that pair, putting together a pretty nice game. just one slip up in the fourth frame with a split. But other than that, it's all strikes. Giselle's going to put together trying to put together 230. Maria Jose Rodriguez does cap off her 246 game. That's going to move her north of 100. It's going to put her 123 over, which is starting to creep up to that number.
Let's make it 5 in a row for Taylor Boltice. Currently at plus 29. And high flush 7 strikes again. This Culkin looking to get something going here. And 7 pin says no, not right now.
Yeah, let's break down Maria Bolanova's game here when we get a chance, because she can absolutely strap on it, Aaron Smith.
Maria quickly gained some recognition on the world stage. Had a fantastic showing, I think, back in 2014 at the Cubica AMF Bowling World Cup, collecting a top 4 finish. That was, 2 or 3 years before she was a freshman at Vanderbilt. So doing things as a young standout.
Not a bad school.
Not a bad school there either. They've had a little success. Wow.
Wow, Diana just flagged that.
Miscue there from her.
Yeah, absolutely. Ruins a 4-bar. Ruins that 3 in a row there. Now she's going to fight for 190. Let's look at this. Wow.
Oh.
You just don't see how that's physically possible. But there it is. But look at, and somebody kind of said, well, Diana Z or Stephanie Z has such a unique ball roll, but it seems like Maria has something very similar. I can't 100% disagree with that. They both get very much on the inside of the ball at the bottom of their swing. Maria's got a little bit more speed, I would say. Still, but very aggressive. They can get it back from other places that, other bowlers cannot. I think Stephanie has a little bit more touch at times. And she has more, some bowlers are just kind of born with that natural feel, if you will. They can feel the changes they need to make. And it's not necessarily an intellectual thing or a conscious thing. It is just an instinct. And I think one of the things that makes Stephanie really, really special is that she has really great instincts. And once she really puts it all together, I think it's going to be really, really scary, because she still doesn't have the knowledge base of a veteran. And once she gets that put together, she's going to be nigh unstoppable at times, and she already is.
Maria cleaned up that single pin. She can still get to 247 this game. Taylor Boltice is going to be in the 250s. But Curtis, getting back to Maria, and talking to her a little bit earlier this season, she kind of had her breakout performance so far at the Greater Nashville stop. She was leading, I believe, after day one, and ended up making the top 12 for the first time out here this season. And just a strong overall effort. She was contending for the show, up until the final few games. And in talking to her a little bit, she said there's been that learning curve for her. This is a different environment than the success we saw her have as a collegiate All-American, a collegiate Player of the Year at Vanderbilt, a collegiate national champion. So she had all the success there, and in watching her compete collegiately, you really didn't feel there was going to be too much of that transition period. You see that in a lot of sports where players need to get those reps in, have that veteran presence on a team, just to kind of work their way into being a professional. And personally, I thought Maria was that was going to be a pretty quick transition time for her, and she admitted it's taken some time for her to get comfortable out here, but kind of as you said, the ball roll is something special. She has the ball go through the pins, and I think the Stephanie comparison is actually pretty close with just kind of how it comes off the spot and sets up and destroys pins just like that. But and just watching her bowl collegiately and seeing the success she had, it's going to be a short time before she's making these cuts regularly, making top 12s regularly out on tour, and then the next step from there, contending for shows. And we still got a couple events left this season. If she ended up making a stepladder final, if she ended up winning a title this year, would not be surprised whatsoever. But she's been out here every week of the season. She was out here for the very first summer or the Kickoff Classic Series in January. So she's going to have a year of PWBA under her belt, and we'll be able to bring all that back coming into season 2 in 22.
One thing that as she bulks out here on lane 2, just something didn't feel right. One thing that experience does is the PWBA tour has a way of grabbing hold of the thing you are not good at and waving it in front of your face and saying, hey, you need to work at this. It can exploit your weaknesses. And so the smartest bowlers, the ones that are going to strive to be the greats, don't take it personally. Well, maybe they do take it personally. But instead of saying that's not fair, they go and do something about it. You look at, we mentioned Dasha a lot. Dasha knew that she couldn't do certain things well, and that was a good balk by Maria. Pulled the old Chris Barnes, pulled up at the line at the last minute and throws a shredder. Get the next hit in the 10th, and she's gonna move to 90 plus. But if you can be honest with yourself and do a really good self-inventory, self-evaluation at the end of the season, something that Shannon O'Keefe is very vocal about every single season. She'll go back and watch the matches she made. She'll evaluate every tournament she bowled in, and that she's going to be evaluating what happened this week. But once she gets a good idea of what happened, she sets practice goals. And she practices with purpose and practices with objectives in mind. And that is a great tip for any of you out there who is looking to get better and looking to maybe take another step in their game. Another beautiful shot by Maria. 247, going to put her at 98 over for the day, inching her closer. Be honest with yourself. The number one key is be honest with yourself. Don't go bowl. And, if you bowl, a 700 series, a 750, even an 800, that doesn't mean anything necessarily. Bowl in the harder conditions, be honest with yourself, evaluate what you're good at and what you are not good at, and suppress your ego and work on those things. Work on your spare shooting, work on playing different angles, work on tricking out your hand and doing different things with your wrist and your position, use different equipment, understand your transitions. So there's no doubt in my mind Maria's going to take this season and evaluate it and figure out what she did well and what she didn't do well and get better at those things.
She's going to make the move to just outside plus 100, as you mentioned, Curtis. Taylor Boltice going to make a nice jump there as well. She's going to get just shy of plus 90 with the big 250 game. I mentioned Ashley Rucker. She ended up opening in the 10th frame. Still got to 247 that game, but let some pins get away. But now at plus 135 for her. Erin McCarthy got to plus 99. They're both on 13 and 14 this upcoming game. Verity Crawley up to plus 108. So we get ready for game 6 here. So the picture is going to start shaping a little more here as far as the standings. Curtis talked about challenging yourself at events, and one of the proud sponsors here on the PWBA Tour is NDO Bowling. And at NDO Bowling events, they give the everyday amateur bowler the opportunity to compete in a professional environment, measure their skills against some of the best bowlers in the world, and learn what it takes to compete at the highest level. If you think you have what it takes to compete with the best bowlers in the world, or you simply want to hone your skills in a competitive environment, find an NDO bowling event near you. You can learn more at ndobowling.com. Taking a look across the house here, game number 6. Tanya Lopez, Hannah Brookins, Shalyn Zulkifli, and Clara Guerrero coming to 1 and 2. Kayla Pashina, Jen Russo, Josie Barnes, and Cara Mangiola on 3 and 4. Maria Jose Rodriguez, Giselle Paz, Jody Wessner, and Jordan Richard on 5 and 6. Maria Belanova, Brianna Andrew, Summer Jasmine, and Liz Culkin on 7 and 8. Lindsay Boomershine, Taylor Boltice, Ashley Galante, and Diana Z on 9 and 10. Dasha Kovalova, Verity Crawley, Jody Scher, and Alexis Nair on 11 and 12. And then Aaron McCarthy, Fania Kobo, Ashley Rucker, and Daria Payuk on 13 and 14. Just taking a quick glance at the scores from the live scoring, it looks like Ashley Rucker has taken the overall lead here for A squad at plus 135. She's over on 13 and 14. So let's take a quick peek over there. Toss up the bowl or the International Bowling Campus Classic schedule the rest of the way out as we make the transition.
Hey, Aaron Smith.
Yes, sir.
I got a present for you.
You do?
I do. Man that needs no introduction, Mr. Matt McNeil.
All right, he looks all set to go. Matt McNeil, how you doing today, buddy?
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going well. We're getting to the back half of this block here. We saw kind of the scoring explosion happen toward the end of the block for B squad earlier today. A lot of big numbers pushing the cuts both for the IBC Classic and the Bowl TV Classic up quite a bit in those final few games. Scoring pace has been, it feels a little tamer here for A squad, but obviously still a couple games left to go. Matt, as far as kind of how this squad's been attacking them, what have you guys been seeing, and do you think the scoring pace is going to get as high as we saw earlier today?
Hard to say. I don't think you're going to see the amount of high scores on this squad as we saw this morning. The lanes had very, very little time to sit, so they got very, very tight, very, very fast. And I think that had a lot to do with the effect on the scoring pace. We had to, I think we got a little faked out in the early going when we saw that first transition. We thought it was time to go to, slightly cleaner balls, and it wasn't, because the pattern just stretched again, and they got a tighter down lane. So, we were getting players just to move a little further left, get a little steeper with their angles, soften up with the hand, rotate a little more, soften up with the speed, and go back into the bigger balls like around, game 2.5, game 3. So, and it's just, now we're going through another transition here where we're getting into about 15, 16, 14-ish, that area. And then starting to, see some of the more the cleaner, quicker response balls come out. So, I think the general shape is the same. You got to be pretty steep with your angles from the front part of the lane. 14, 15, 16 to 5 looks pretty good right now. And, just making sure you have a ball that, smooths off a bit and rounds off a bit. So, pin down layouts for the players have been pretty good. If that's too slow of a response, then you can go to something up that's going to flare a little more off the back ends there. But I'm rambling, so I've been here a long time, so I'm sorry about that.
No worries. We've all had a long day at this point, so I can relate with that. I believe Curtis can as well. We've had some good stretches here today. We just watched this previous game. We watched Maria Bolanova put together a nice 247. She's right around plus 100 now for the block, and getting a little bit closer to what that number's looking like it may be for the squad. And rookie out on tour this season, a ton of game, a ton of potential coming out of Vanderbilt. And just working with her over the course of the year. Talk a little bit about just her growth as a player on tour and kind of working through the learning curve that she's kind of experienced along the way.
Yeah, she's had some really good tournaments. She's had some great performances. She's had, a few setbacks here and there, but it's all part of the ebb and flow of the growth process. Big thing we've been focusing on physically is, really learning to harness the power that she had. She was really raw when she first came out here on tour. So, helping her harness that power and make it more controllable and more repeatable, increasing her versatility skills. She's really good at, getting a handful and throwing it hard, but, of course here on the tour, it's very trying week to week, and you got to be able to play a lot of different shots. So, working on the physical versatility, and then the mental growth and learning more about the sport of bowling and being a smarter player. It's such a kind of a culture shock a little bit for collegiate players to come out onto the tour, because you go from a team sport to a single sport, so you don't have 6 other people watching every shot you throw, helping you make moves. You got to be very intuitive and pay attention to your ball reaction, be aware of your surroundings. Use your cross sheet, do, chart pairs. You got to do all that extra on your own, and then, be able to put all the pieces together and stay up with all the transitions and changes.
Now, Matt, a fun question more so here. You talked about, collegiate players coming out and, having to work through that. Is there an advantage to going back to school in your late 20s and then trying it after that? It seems like it's worked well for some people.
Yeah, I bowled with really good players. I was pretty fortunate to bowl with some really, really good players who are out on the PBA tour right now, and one who's for sure going to be a Hall of Famer, Francois Lebois. So I got hold of some really good guys, and it's just really lucky to be a part of that team. The interesting aspect there was I was a really good singles player, but I wasn't that great of a team player. So I had a lot to learn about team bowling, just in the ways that they had a lot to learn about the sport of bowling. So we all had things to improve on, and we all grew together. And, thankfully we got it done in 2015 then.
That was a very awesome time winning with Wichita State. But yeah, we were talking about Hoagland a little bit earlier, and he had that second run a little bit later on, and since we're talking about college bowling, as one of my favorite collegiate bowlers of all time, I had to take that opportunity to bring it up. So I still got that signed jacket, by the way, that you gave me a couple of years back. So
oh yeah, man, that's good. I like that. Yeah, and Nick's a really cool guy. Like he is a bowling historian nerd like me, and me and him really enjoy having conversations about like old school bowling things and this, that, and the other thing. So I always enjoy my conversations with Nick. They usually last more than 45 minutes. So he's a pretty cool dude.
Now, taking a look at the scores here for A squad, we got them updated through 5. And Ashley Rucker has worked her way into the top spot for all competitors here, plus 135. And Matt, as our resident southpaw here downstairs at the ITRC, Ashley's just one of, I believe, 2 lefties in the entire field. So, just kind of, I'm sure just keeping an eye on her out of interest to see how the lanes are playing from the left side. But what have you been seeing from her that's allowed her to be successful today?
She's doing the right thing. She's keeping the ball in front of her, getting it into a good roll, and not giving away the pocket. And I think the carry is pretty good here at ITRC. I've always thought the left side's actually very, very good here. And she's just repeating shots. A couple miscues in the 10th frames of the last couple games that cost her a decent amount of pins, but she's probably first time out here at least since I've seen this season. So there could be a little nerves involved there too. But I told her just make sure we have enough surface on her bowling balls, and her better pairs have been the pairs that she's been able to follow Brianna Andrew on. That's the other left-hander. So we marked those pairs ahead of time on the cross sheet. So she knew which pairs she was going to have a little transition and probably have a little more hold and a little more hook to her left. So those she's trying to take advantage of those pairs and then grind out the pairs that are fresh for her.
She's looking pretty strong here. We actually got quite a few strikes over here on 13 and 14. Another player you guys are working with, Daria Payuk, who's had kind of a roller coaster today, starting with 277. Then the next game she had about 50 in the 5th and was struggling, kind of bailed that game out. Currently at plus 44, but she started off with the front 6. Tell us a little bit just about Daria's progress through this block and through her arsenal, trying to find something consistent.
Daria does Daria. She does her thing. And, if she's lost, she'll come over and ask me and Steve. But otherwise, she's got one of the best releases I think I've ever seen in the sport of bowling, and her ball hits. It's like one of the guys on the men's tour. So she finds a way to the pocket. Watch out, because she can strike a lot. I think it's one of those deals where she, when that power and everything becomes more versatile and more controlled and more repeatable, and there's some more mental strength there, I think that would be probably the best in the world, potential, just in my personal opinion. But I mean, she's a sweetheart. She works really hard at what she did at her craft, and she can really get it done out there.
Connects for 7, Matt. One final question for you before we let you get back to it. Taking a look at the standings from B Squad earlier today, top 3 players, all part of the Storm Rotogrip Global family. Stephanie Zavala, Brianna Cote, and Kelly Kulik, all putting up monster blocks to put themselves in position to move on to bonus bowling tomorrow. Talk a little bit about, we got some different styles there in combating that pattern. So, for each player, real quick, just what's going to be one thing that they'll each need to do to make a run at making the stepladder finals tomorrow?
I think the big keys tomorrow is it's just going to be speed control and angles. Kelly and Bree are similar in the fact that they both have slower ball speed, and they're very comfortable at playing more open angles for the front part of the lane. I think that was a big key to their success today, and it's going to be a big key to their success tomorrow. Zavala used basically a pin on her PAP urethane ball, and if urethane holds up tomorrow, then I think she's going to be great, because she can keep the ball in front of her, and with her power, she can make that ball strike a lot, whereas some of the ladies with less rev rate won't be able to. So that puts her at a distinct advantage. We drilled her a similar ball, but in a 900 global reality, just in case that, towards the end of the match play blocks, if that that urethane ball, starts really bogging down on the back part of the lane, then she can go to the ball that we're going to drill up for, and have a fresh cover there and be able to get through the blocks. So that's just making sure we're covered there on all our bases. But I think that's the keys to success for those players.
All right, Mr. McNeil, we'll let you get back to it, but we appreciate you, as always, joining us, dropping the knowledge here on Bowl TV. So thank you again, as always, and I'm sure we'll be chatting soon.
All right, guys. Thanks a bunch. Have a good night.
You too, Matt. Thank you. All right, everybody. Matt McNeil, representing Storm Rotogrip 900 Global out there this week as one of their ball reps. Currently has the top 3 players here at the IBC from B Squad and looking to add a few more. Taking a quick look around the house on live scoring. Tanya Lopez starting off with 6 in a row. Definitely some strikes out there. Taking a glance across the house, so this might be the opportunity for A Squad to get things going. And right now, highlighting the run, Daria Payuk. He's stepping up. You'll see her far right of your screen for her 8th frame. We'll get you a full rundown of scores after her shot here. Oh. Woo. Messenger connects 8 in a row. Daria at plus 44. Her day, 277, 176, 193, 215, 183. So this would be a big boost. In good position already for the Bowl TV Classic after finishing A Squad in 2nd place overall. Or finishing qualifying for her squad 2nd overall a couple days ago. And as mentioned, Ashley Rucker leading the way, plus 135. Maria Jose Rodriguez now in 2nd for A Squad, plus 123. Verity Crawley, plus 108. Erin McCarthy, plus 99. Maria Bolanova, plus 98. Jody Westner, plus 92. Diana Zavyalova, plus 89. Taylor Baltice and Jordan Richard at plus 86. Lindsay Boomershine, plus 84. Clara Guerrero, plus 60. Shalyn Zolkifli, plus 58, Fania Cobo, plus 55, Giselle Pass, plus 46, and then Daria at plus 44. The cut still remains at plus 165. From B Squad earlier today, Rocio Restrepo, but we're slowly creeping into that moment where those scores are going to be surpassed. The cut for the top 24 at the moment through 5 games here now at plus 117, Brianna Clemmer, who is in the books already. So players now below that number. And once again, we just expect that to keep kind of trickling higher and higher from game to game here. Missy Parkin and Shannon O'Keefe now outside the top 24 in the books from B Squad earlier today. Daria Payuk overall plus 152 for her qualifying through 14 total games at the Go Bowling Classic and IBC Classic. Looking to make a quick jump here, stepping up 9th frame. Got the messenger last time. No need for it here. 9 in a row. Saw Daria make that late run at the Go Bowling Classic to put herself in position to make the cut. She did that. So one match play appearance already in the books. Aaron McCarthy, another solid game here. So in the 240s last game, can get there once again with one more strike. That's pretty good. I know we had a mention of it in the chat a little while ago, but there was a story that came out a little bit earlier this week that hit the Associated Press on Erin McCarthy and her work not only as a bowler, but as a registered nurse in a pair of hospitals in Omaha, Nebraska. So that, that made its way around quite a bit. Excellent story on McCarthy and her dedication to both of her professions. So a big thank you to Erin as well for everything she does. .244. She'll be at plus 143. Erin McCarthy, she made a pair of shows here at the Kickoff Classic Series back in January. But here we go. Daria setting up 10th frame. Working on 9 consecutive strikes. Really don't need to say anything after that. That was just too good. Too good from Daria. 10 in a row. Right here on Bowl TV. International Bowling Campus Classic from Arlington, Texas. It's been an up and down day. But a chance to put herself right in the mix to make this cut for the top 12. She's in business already. Can she bring some additional fireworks here and a game 6? And the 4-pin is going to, unfortunately, end the run there. We will continue to wait to see if there's an opportunity for our first 300 game. At the IBC Classic for at least one more. Tanya Lopez got to 7 in a row to start this game. 7 spare in the 8th. Strike in the 9th. She can shoot 277. Daria's going to be at 289. She'll now be at plus 133. Making moves. Daria Payuk. Fania Kobo lets some pins get away there in the 10th, but still moving in the right direction. She's going to be at plus 84. Ashley Rucker, a chance to cap this clean game here. So you mentioned McCarthy getting to plus 143.
You're starting to see that. What happened last block. Game 6, 7, 8, 9. People are really, the transition hit. Watch Alexis here throw down another one. It's a big game for her. She can put herself in the conversation here.
Absolutely.
It looked like, it just looked like they weren't going to touch these numbers. And then all of a sudden, Daria's at 133, Aaron's at 143, Alexis could be at potentially 106. Verity can move up to 135 here, and that's just in this grouping.
Don't forget about Ashley at 150.
Yeah, Ashley, Diana Zavjalova both throwing a good one right here. She can shoot 250 right now. 259.
Balanova over on 7 and 8. She has 259 out there after 240s last game, so I'll put her right in the mix at the plus 150 range. Business is picking up here.
Yeah. The economy is on the upswing. Oh, Verity with a less than ideal. She'll be getting up here on the 11th frame. Less than ideal lead sitting next to her. Some people are paranoid about that. Don't like to throw a shot with a washout. Ooh. That was nasty. 9 pin there for Verity. Now she's shooting, looking for 206. Excuse me, correction. That is incorrect. 216. Dasha having some struggles today, Aaron.
It's not really got to go in this block.
No.
Had a couple of nice games, 2 and 3, 237 and 223, but 172, 193 after that, max of 192 now this game. So hanging around even. So we'll need a similar finish to what we saw at the Go Bowling Classic just to kind of get in the mix for the cut here at the IBC.
Yep.
Shot 770 those last 3 just a couple days ago.
I don't think even 770 would get it done. Honestly. I'm still holding pat with my belief that Stephanie Schwartz 187 is the number to beat. I just think there's a lot of room between 174 and 187. So I just feel like 187 is a good solid number.
Alexis Nyer and her string of strikes ends at 7. Thanks to that pesky 10 pin.
279 still possible, and she's just plugging along, just picking up her spares, throwing strikes when she can. But I just feel like her footing has just been the storyline for Alexis, unfortunately.
Some missteps in the 10th frame for a few of the folks we mentioned. Clara Guerrero opened in the 10th, had a split up there for 253. She was still had a chance at 290. She's now at plus 113. Maria Bolanova shot 259, a split in the 10th for her as well, 221. She's at plus 119.
There's a traffic jam now in those low hundreds.
Maria. Yep. No, you're 100% right. Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 128. Jody Wessner plus 116.
The thing about that is now they're all within striking distance. They're all right there. And you don't have to shoot the lights out. You don't have to. You don't have to shoot 800. You don't have to shoot 750. You know, you shoot 670, 680, and you're going to put yourself in that conversation to make the cut. So here's the strategy, though. Strategic question for you. If you're one of those bowlers who, you know, didn't have as good a stellar day as you need, you got to get aggressive to make the top 24 cut, but getting aggressive might cause you to miss the top 12 cut. It's kind of a devil's choice there.
And the tough part with that, too, is, you know, the pattern. The folks haven't seen it yet for the Bowl TV Classic, so they'll have the opportunity to practice on it Sunday morning for the first time. But, you know, everybody's starting fresh for that 24 games round robin match play to determine the top 5. But, you know, we've talked about it a lot, that this top 24 cut is going to be pretty big for a lot of things we enjoy talking about on our side with the Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year races.
It's interesting. Dasha shoots 182 here. She's minus 10 now. I will say that she finished, what, 240 over, somewhere in there?
I believe it was 229.
229. So she's 219 over for the tournament. If the top 24 cut jumps as we are anticipating, she needs to keep her head in this, she might not be bowling for the top 12 here, but she could be bowling for her top 24 spot.
It's a very good point. It's, splitting the squads in half. If you look at the top 12 from B, plus 197 was the number for the overall. And we got some players who are well on their way to putting themselves in great position here to surpass that. Dasha was ahead of it to start the day. But it's been getting more and more interesting.
Bowlers are just going to shift one lane to their right this game, so they don't have to have far to go. Diana Zavjalova. She's been good since the fifth frame, depending on how you look at it. 9 spare in the 4th, and then she's railed off strikes. She's got the first hit in the 10th, looking for the second. Can shoot 259. And looks like she gets that second hit in the 10th, so she's in the 250s. So that's going to put her, do the quick math, 48-ish. 148 over, 140 some plus over with 3 games to go. So she's setting up herself for a nice run here. And you know what? I mean, she could be in that position to, it's not out of the realm of possibility with her shot right now that she shoot 120, 130 over for these next few games. I mean, averaging 240 is not out of the realm of possibility for her. She'll be on lanes 9 and 10. So maybe we can pop on over there next game. Get a little scene, get a little feel for what she's doing.
We have the tools, we have the technology. We can make this happen. Actually, it looks like she's potentially moving to 11 and 12. Just finished on 9 and 10. So we'll double check this here. So it might be where we need to be, but we still have the tools and the technology to take care of business when necessary.
You're still having problems
Well, we have a quick minute. Should have bowlers making their way over here in just a second. Looks like folks are all wrapped up. DZ did finish off that 259 at plus 148, just 2 pins behind Ashley Rucker. So I believe Ashley's still leading, but just 2 pins the difference now. Or leading A squad, I should say. But with that, let's give a big shout out to bowlerx.com. At bowlerx.com, you can shop the biggest brands in bowling with the largest selection, the best price, and free shipping on every order. Remember, when you shop at BowlerX, you are supporting bowling. BowlerX proudly gives back to bowlers through tournament sponsorships, bowling causes, professional athletes, youth bowling, and more. BowlerX.com for the love of bowling. Big shout out to BowlerX, proud sponsor here on the PWBA Tour. Quick rundown across the house for Game 7. Aaron McCarthy, Ashley Rucker, Fania Kobo, and Daria Payuk on 1 and 2. Tanya Lopez, Shalyn Zulkifli, Hannah Brookins, and Clara Guerrero on 3 and 4. Kayla Pashina, Josie Barnes, Jennifer Russo, and Cara Mangiola on 5 and 6. Maria Jose Rodriguez, Giselle Paz, Jordan Richard, and Jody Wessner on 7 and 8. Maria Bolanova, Brianna Andrew, Summer Jasmine, and Liz Culkin on 9 and 10. Lindsay Boomershine, Taylor Baltice, Ashley Galante, and Diana Zavyalova on 11 and 12. And Dasha Kovalova, Verity Crawley, Jody Scher, and Alexis Nair on 13 and 14. The folks are going to step away for a quick second here. Enjoy the sounds. Pins crashing across the deck here at the ITRC. We'll be right back with a score update here from the International Bowling Campus Classic, part of the Summer Classic Series on the 2021 PWBA Tour. All right, good folks. We're back. Game 7 of 9. A squad qualifying for the International Bowling Campus Classic, second event of the Summer Classic Series from the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. My name is Aaron Smith, joined by Jason Thomas, Curtis Von Kruger, and Matt Cannizzaro. We have a score update for the IBC after 6 here for A squad. At the moment for the top 12, still all B squad. No one from A has gotten there quite yet. Some players are threatening, though, to surpass the plus 165, which is currently the number Rocio Restrepo. Ashley Rucker leads A squad at plus 150, so she's 15 pins back of the number at the moment. Diana Z with that 259 last game, second on the squad, plus 148. Erin McCarthy, plus 143. Daria Payuk after 289 last game, now at plus 133. Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 128. Maria Bolanova, plus 119. And Jody Wessner, plus 116. Clara Guerrero, plus 113. Verity Crawley, plus 101. Giselle Pass, plus 88. Jordan Richard, plus 87. Fania Kobo, plus 84. Alexis Nair, plus 74. Shalyn Zulkifli, plus 72. For the Bowl TV Classic, we have a number for that after 15 games for A squad and 18 for B squad. The number still hasn't quite jumped as much as we may have thought so far. Brianna Clemmer holding on at plus 117 for the second consecutive game. However, plenty of players in position to get there in the next couple of games. You got Shalyn Zulkifli in the number at the moment on this squad at plus 135. Jordan Richard at plus 160. Inside the number, Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 169. Verity Crawley plus 188. Erin McCarthy plus 196. Dasha Kovalova plus 219. Currently in 11th place. Diana Z plus 230. Daria Payuk plus 241. And Daria is actually high now on A squad for the Bowl TV Classic standings, sitting in 7th place overall. Eight players from A squad already within the number. I will note, however, for the players chasing, there is a bit of a gap. We mentioned Clemmer at plus 117. She's in the books. Ashley Rucker is at plus 107, just 10 pins back. Maria Bolanova, the next player after that, plus 73. So an extra 30 pins there. Giselle Pass, plus 68. Josie Barnes, plus 63. Alexis Nair, plus 60. Tanya Lopez, plus 56. So all those players have some work left to do here in the final 3 games. Clara Guerrero and Kayla Pashina putting together some nice games. Here in Game 7, Guerrero was had a 268 max heading into the 8th. She's got a spare to shoot though, so it drops that max down to 248 now. Clara had a bit of a rough go at the Go Bowling Classic to kick things off, finished in 45th place at minus 105. But currently at plus 113 and looking to add on to that here at the IBC. So for Clara, excited to see a new pattern, this 38-foot condition. Mentioned Kayla Pashina. She entered this game at minus 53, putting together a nice game. Over on 5 and 6, she can get to 278. So she would get to the right side of plus, but we need quite the effort in the final two to approach the number. Tanya Lopez picking up some speed here in the back half of the game. She's got 4 in a row heading into the 10th. She can get to 238. I mentioned her as a player outside the cut for the Bull TV Classic. Maria Jose Rodriguez, max of 214 this game. Giselle Paz can get to 236. But some of the players who had kind of moved into those top spots here in A squad, nothing too crazy at the moment. Erin McCarthy can get to 195 if she strikes out the 9th and the 10th. 214 for Ashley Rucker, which would put her at plus 164, so she'd still be a pin behind the number. Daria Payuk can max out at 219. 9th and 10th to go. Mentioned Maria could get to 214. Giselle Paz, we said 236, so that would get her into the plus 120 range. Maria Bolanova with 3 in a row, 9th and 10th frame left to go. She could get to 249, so that will get her to plus 168. So everybody's in a position to move up a little bit, but nothing too crazy here. So still not quite to that number. We saw posted by B Squad. And once again, there's a lot of scores in between 12th place plus 165 at the moment and 6th place plus 189. So a lot of numbers in the books. Just going to make the late a charge to get there. Good question from Rick in the chat. Same pattern for tomorrow for match play, and that is correct. This 38-foot condition will be used until we get to the step ladder finals and have a champion crowned. For DZ, after making the push, 259 last game. To get to plus 148, just nothing too crazy here. A couple of missed spares, a split up there. Tasha, the late 7-pin for the double. Lindsay Boomershine putting together some strikes here. She can get back into the mix. She gave some pins back the past couple of games. She was a little bit higher up in the standings here for the IBC. Her last 2 games, however, 183 and 168. You mentioned Verity in great position to move on in the Bold TV Classic. Certainly within range here with 236 still out there and 2 games to go for the IBC to make another top 12 out here on tour. Shot there from Jody. Fun fact, had the first 300 game of the 2021 PWBA Tour season back in April at the Twin Cities Open. Giselle Paz is going to get to plus 123. She shot 235. A split in the 10th for Maria Jose Rodriguez. A big swing. I mentioned she could get to 214. 7 out. Drops her to 175 and plus 103. Big 10th frame up here for Jody Wessner as well. She can still get to plus 131 here. Verity makes it a double. Kayla Pashina finishes off the 278 to get to plus 25. Clara Guerrero is going to get to plus 150. Nice game in the 230s. Erin McCarthy is going to drop, give a couple pins back. She's going to be in the 170s this game. 175 her max. Officially 237 that game for Clara. Plus 150 the number. Erin McCarthy is going to drop to plus 118. Ashley Rucker could still get to 203. That would put her at plus 153. Daria is going to be at 187 this game, so she's going to drop to plus 120.
Fellas.
Curtis.
It is not opening up.
It is not. There's we still kind of got that same standstill in the low plus 100s.
There is a possibility if some people don't step up in these next couple of games. As it stands right now, I'm sure you have discussed this in tedium. There is not a single person on this squad in the cut number right now.
Correct, and it's going to stay that way here heading into the final two.
Yes, it will.
We got some players close.
Verity's prying off a big one. Well, a decent one, 230. I mean, it's as big as they come right now. But everybody else who, was close, Erin McCarthy, Diana Zavyalova, all these other players that had a chance to really kind of push things are not shooting big games. They're actually going the wrong direction. And so this does two things. It not only does it affect this show, but it's going to affect the top 24.
Big time.
And it already has, because you don't have one of those bowlers shooting a gaudy number. Like nobody on the squad I feel like is going to get to 200. It's not going. It just does not seem like it's going to happen. And I mean, you look at now, Tanya, Raumember, Brianna Klemmer, they're in play. Even Rocio is still in play. Like it could be an all B squad final.
That would be pretty crazy.
That would be pretty insane. And I mean, it's something that you just statistically,
it doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen. But here we are, game 7 and 8, and people have to shoot games, not just to pad their stats. They've got to shoot games to get in. And we can talk about squad equity, we can talk all about that, but this squad isn't that far off. Like, it's not missing 12 players far off. So I think a couple of factors played into this. I do think there was more urethane thrown on this squad than the previous squad. And then I think they moved left too quickly. And so now you either have to do something. You either have to play it really, really, really straight. You have to be able to throw it really straight. Or you have to be Maria Balanova and be able to just absolutely get left and strap on. And even then, they're getting worse. So I don't know. I would like to sit here and fancy myself at having a little bit of an idea of how these next 2 games are going to go. And I just don't know. I just honestly don't know. And that's a big strike there from Diana Zavyalova. She needs to bail out a 180 here to put herself in any sort of position to bowl herself into this final 12. Rick, yes, the same pattern will be used. Yeah, James, and like I said, it could be an all B squad match play tomorrow, and that's just absolutely bananas. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
DZ gets the big double there.
Yeah.
Going to bail out 180 this game. You mentioned Asha a little bit earlier. 177. She's going to drop back a little bit further. And, this is the good news is at the moment, what we thought that score may look like for the Bowl TV Classic, it has not moved a ton yet.
No.
It has not moved a ton. So she's going to fall below plus 200 overall here. With
Brianna Klemmer sitting in 24th right now.
Plus 117 is the number.
Yeah, she's sitting on the bubble on both ends. He's in 11th place, I think. Yeah, 11th place. Tanya Raumember is sitting in 12th. You just have a group of Brunswick bowlers right there at the bottom. So Chucky is sitting there sweating it, watching these numbers. But I talked to Brianna after the squad, and she asked me what her shot was to make it in both the top 24 and the top 12. And I said, well, you're not making it into the top 12. And I felt like I could say that with some degree of certainty. I mean, I would have bet my mortgage on it. 100%. And now you look at that number and you say, well, who's going to beat her? What 2 people are going to jump 166 at this point in time over the next 2 games?
There are some incredibly anxious folks watching right now, I'm sure. Curtis, since you're there, as far as some of those players on the bubble, do we have some of them anxiously in the building at the moment?
Yeah, no, you have a stack of players sitting here watching. Stephanie Schwartz, I see, is right over there. I see Brianna Klimmer, obviously, watching anxiously. So yeah, there are some bowlers in here. I see Birgit Norikes. I think she's more watching for the sake of the top 24 than anything. So yeah, I think there's a lot of shocked people in this building right now.
Shock and awe on Bowl TV, folks. All right, we're making the transition into game number 8. As we wait for that next update, get a closer look with 2 to go. Still cannot. Still pretty surprised that cut number has not changed, as Curtis just alluded. Across the house, starting on 1 and 2, you'll find Lindsay Boomershine, Diana Zavjalova, Taylor Baltais, and Ashley Galante. On 3 and 4, Dasha Kovalova, Jody Scher, Verity Crawley, and Alexis Nair. 5 and 6, Aaron McCarthy, Ashley Rucker, Fania Kobo, and Daria Payuk. 7 and 8, Tanya Lopez, Shalyn Zolkifli, Hannah Brookins, and Clara Guerrero. 9 and 10, Kayla Pashina, Josie Barnes, Kara Mangiola, and Jennifer Russo. 11 and 12, that's what we're watching right now, along with 13 and 14, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Jordan Richard, Giselle Paz, and Jody Wessner. Finally on 13 and 14, Maria Bolanova, Summer Jasmine, Brianna Andrew, and Liz Culkin. Four players right here, certainly in the mix for the IBC cut. But once again, can they find it? We've seen some big games down here. No, it's out there. Can someone create the right matchup? And folks, it's time. It's time to cue Enter Sandman. Mariano Rivera is walking into the stadium. Our closer here on Bull TV. Jason Thomas has entered the Bull TV studio.
That's a great introduction right there, Aaron. I'm going to remember that.
It's on point. You've helped us close the game, get to the victory.
Well,
and here we are.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you could look at this leaderboard and you could say, man, we might not get anybody on the squad into this cut, right?
It's been tempting us this whole time. Players just get to this 120, 130, 140, and then all of a sudden there's a little setback, and then they bounce back, then a little setback, and it's like they're capped. They can only get so far. We have 4 players right here who are 230, 240 away from being right on the cusp of the number. And who is going to push through? Who is going to get there? That's it's been crazy the way it's been going.
Yeah, and I'll tell you though, most of those players that jumped into that number above 165 shot a big last 2 games. You know, Brianna Clemmer, 245, 247. So she was, you know, really nowhere. Tanya Raumenper, 247, 279. Sandra Gongora, 218, 231. Pretty good. Stephanie Schwartz, 255, 202. Danielle McEwen, 266, 204. Jen Higgins, 268, 248. So I think there's still some time here for a good 5 or 6 players to get into the number.
Certainly within reach for probably even a couple more than that, taking a look overall.
Yeah, I know there is some speculation in the chat that nobody on the squad's going to get there, and I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to get 5 players minimum into the number. Because they're not getting hard. I mean, they're just not getting hard. They're scoreable right now. So you got plenty of players who really just need, 60, 70 over the last 2 to get there, and all of a sudden you got 5 in. When the scores are high, it can be intimidating, right? Because you look up at the board and you go, gosh, I got to go 160 something over. That's a lot of strikes, and you can't get there in 2 games.
No, not at all.
And then, if you look at kind of like I just read off the last 2 games for a number of those players, there were only a couple players that really went out fast on that B squad. Stephanie had over 1,000 her first 4. Brianna Cote had a quick start with 279, 285 in games 3 and 4. Kelly Kulik had a good start, but other than that, I mean, most of the players got their pins the last couple of games.
We saw a crazy push in those final 2 games. Can it happen one more time? Maria Belanova wants it to happen. She's slowly been trending in the right direction, makes it 3 in a row, kicks the 10 out. Of course, in addition to this IBC Classic cut, the ever-looming Bull TV Classic cut has slowed down as well. You know, we looking at half and half. We were looking closer to plus 200. 2 to go. It's at plus 117, the number, which has to make a player like Julia Bond pretty excited right now to see if it can hold on for 2 more games. I was not sure if that was going to be enough. I didn't feel that was going to be enough based off of what we saw. But there's players, once again, within striking range. It's out there. But will that be enough to hang on? Or will that... We saw basically a 20-pin push per game in those final 2 games, kind of for that number, up to from 140 to 160, and then eventually to 190 for that halfway point. So I guess over the last 3 games.
Yeah, and she's thanking the bowling gods right now for that 299 she shot.
Oh, humongous game, monumental.
That was huge. That was really what she needed to get herself into that cut. And again, I don't know if you guys have been talking about this very much, but I remember saying it at the kickoff classic. In fact, the way I said it got me into a little trouble, and I'm not going to say it that way this time. But this cut you do not want to miss because we drop all the pins. So it's really a heartbreaking cut to miss because you qualify 24th. You're basically leading the tournament.
Oh, 100%. You get a fresh start, and I mean, there's just so many intriguing storylines that go with it. I mean, with Julia Bond, obviously, she's leading the Player of the Year race so far, and she's got 2 of the players who are right in her rearview mirror. Probably not going to make the cut to the Bowl TV Classic, and Shannon O'Keefe and Missy Parkett. So she gets an opportunity there. Dasha Kovalova still well within the mix. She struggled today, but her phenomenal performance at the Go Bowling Classic has allowed her to not have to be too crazy, but she still has to kind of keep an eye on that. She's been steadily dropping a little bit.
Yeah, but if you really look across the house, Aaron, you can see a lot of those a lot of those players are hovering right within striking distance.
Oh, 100%. Yep. And we do have scores available now after 7 available online. We'll start with the IBC Classic. Cut still plus 165. Clara Guerrero. 253, 237 her last 2 games. Now at plus 150, so 15 pins back.
And she's got the front 5 this game.
Clara's cruising. Bouncing back nicely after a rough performance at the Go Bowling Classic. Ashley Rucker, plus 142. She's been super consistent today. Low game of 192, popped off a 260 a little bit earlier. A lot of 220s, 210s, 2 teens in there. Maria Belanova, we're watching her right now. 5 in a row of her own after a spare in the first. She's at plus 133. The past couple of games have kind of been all or nothing for Diana Z. 183, 259, 182. She's still at plus 130, though. Verity Crawley, plus 126. Giselle Paz, off to a nice start here. Plus 123. Jody Wessner and Daria Payuk, each at plus 120. Erin McCarthy, plus 118. Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 103. Lindsay Boomershine, plus 88. Fania Kobo, plus 80. So all those players within range, certainly. The cut for the Bowl TV Classic, one more time, is plus 117. Brianna Clemmer has been the number for the past 3 games now. Shalyn Zulkifli on the squad at plus 128. Jordan Richard at plus 137. Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 144. Erin McCarthy plus 171. Dasha Kovalova at plus 196. DZ at plus 212. Verity at plus 213. Daria leading the way for A squad overall at plus 228. Players on the outside looking in for the Bowl TV Classic. Giselle Paz at plus 103. Unfortunately, looking at that 710 right now. Ashley Rucker plus 99. Maria Bolanova plus 87. Tanya Lopez plus 71. Josie Barnes plus 52. Jody Wessner plus 52. Clara Guerrero has worked her way to plus 52. I mentioned Julia Bond. She's currently sitting 19th at plus 166. So there's a lot of space there, but not a ton of spots. But DZ, strong start. Verity, early 4-bagger, 9 spare. Ashley Rucker on a 2-0 pace right now, so if she can find a late double. Daria still has a max of 239. Clara got to 6 before 9 spare in the 7th, but she is the first player in position to officially surpass that plus 165 number, going to knock off her fellow member of Team Columbia in Rocio. So one is there. A squad, you got one.
Yeah, I think again we're going to see 4 or 5. The thing about it is they're all just right there at the bottom of the tree. You know, there's 9 pins between 8th and 12th. You know, it could be a really rough night for Brianna Clemmer because she could end up being bumped out of this cut and the Bowl TV cut all at once.
That is very much in play, and borderline cruel it's taken this long to I think as a collective group we were thinking in the plus 180 range and thinking probably closer to plus 170 to 200, somewhere around there for the Bowl TV Classic, and just keep hanging on. Curtis mentioned she's hanging around as well, and I'm sure that's making it just equally more fun.
Yeah. Huge implications for Rookie of the Year. Obviously, Stephanie Zavala is going to get there. Have a great chance to make another show. And missing the cut in that last event is, like you said earlier today, it's like skipping an event. Player of the Year could have some interesting things happen. If Julia Bond holds on to make the cut, it certainly looks like she will. I think she will. Dasha Kovalova, she's got to still hang on to make the cut. She's having a rough day today. But, if Shannon O'Keefe misses the cut, which it looks like she will, those two are going to have a chance to make a big run. Missy Parkin looks like she'll miss the cut as well. So those two can really separate themselves in the Player of the Year race.
And I think the biggest benefactor of potentially that happening, you look at Liz Johnson and Verity Crawley in 5th and 6th, and they would still need one heck of a run in these final few events, but they would narrow the gap on those players quite a bit.
Yeah, it would set up an incredible, final 5 events.
Even Brianna Cote as well in 7th in points right now. She's going to be making the top 12 here at the IBC and making the Bowl TV Classic. So the ball is still certainly in Julia's court, but chance for a few extra folks to get into the mix, have a little fun here. Especially, if Verity can sneak out this top 12. She might be one of the few players to collect a top 12 at both of these events. That was one thing Curtis had mentioned, which was pretty crazy when I looked at it. When you look at the top 12 in B squad, Rocio was the only one, I believe, who made match play at the Go Bowling Classic. So all those players kind of had a rough go of it in the first event, bounced back nicely here at the IBC. So, we only had a couple players make every match play cut the first time around. Just 3 players, Lindsay Boomershine, Shannon O'Keefe, and Jillian Martin.
Well, these two patterns have played a lot differently than the 2 patterns that they saw at the Kickoff Classic, the first 2.
Oh, for sure.
So,
absolutely.
Which is cool. And this pattern, it's, I don't know. I don't have a real great feel for what people are saying about it. I don't know if people are saying they think they're easy. I saw one person in the chat say it looked like a leak shot, which, I can't remember the last. I can ask her. She's sitting right in front of me. I would, but she's probably not in a great mood. I can't remember the last time. I'm sure Liz Polkin. It's been a while since she went runaway Brooklyn on a league shot, and almost missed the head pin going away. So, what she just did in the ninth frame. So. It reminds me of Mark Baker used to call it a swing wall. You could have just as much room as you wanted to the right, but as soon as you cut it short or missed a little bit in, the ball would hook way too much. And so it's really kind of specific to a certain type of player. You have to make sure your misses are to the right if you're a right-hander, obviously. And pair to pair, we know how different. We did an interview with Stephanie Zavala, which will be published in about 20 minutes on our social media channels, and she just said going across this building is just brutal. Pair to pair is so difficult, and I think that's why you're seeing, like Diana's scores, 260, 180, 260, 180. Good pair, bad pair, good pair, bad pair, and what's a bad pair for her is a good pair for someone else. It's not like everybody's bowling 180 on the same pair as Diana's bowling 180 on. Some people are hit. Stephanie Zavala is averaging 270 on 11 and 12 for both tournaments. So she for whatever reason she just loves that pair. But there are scores out there to be had. And again, if we put a league shot out, there would be everybody in the field would be averaging 240. Right now, there's only two players in the field that averaged over 230. So scores are out there, but it's tricky.
It's tricky, and it can be downright cruel from time to time, JT, as Maria Milanova could have been in the number. Stepping up in the 10th frame, blower 710. She's going to get close. She's with one game to go. She's within less than 15 pins of the cut because we are going to have two players potentially jump into the number here. But she's at plus 153 now. She's on the cusp of that. Clara can get to plus 200 this game.
Yep, she can still shoot 259.
Verity can double in the 10th to get into the number. She can get to plus 170. She can shoot 244. So two can be in, but Ashley Rucker can get super close. She's kind of been on this 2-0 kick as of late. She can get to plus 155 if she strikes out here.
Yeah, there were a lot of big games that last game. Just among players that are in the cut, there was a 248, a 231, 279, 247, and then, some players that just missed the cut. Liz Johnson had 238, Valerie Bercier had 268, Birgit had 259, Missy Parkin had 279, which is going to get her into it gave her a chance to get into the Bowl TV Classic cut.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of big numbers can be had this last game, and it looks like it felt like yesterday, or not yesterday, but the qualifying day for the Go Bowling Classic. You couldn't really shoot a big game that last game. You were more just trying to hold on. Whereas today, if you need 260 to get there, you can do it.
It's going to be a lot of players that are going to be able to give it a chance here.
Giselle Poss, I don't know if people would agree with me on this, but her release kind of reminds me of Amleto Monticelli. She doesn't have that, he had that very odd position of his arm at the top of the swing. but she does a very similar thing where she gets her shoulders way open and she almost has a starting the lawnmower type release, which is how she generates so much power. Because Amuletto's not a big guy, but he generated all that power because he could get his body completely open at the top, and then it was almost like starting a lawnmower, just the whip at the bottom. And if you watch Giselle, there's kind of a similar motion there.
Going to be 203 here for Giselle. Another player right on the cusp. Going to need 240, 250 this last game. Probably more 250. Jody Wessner, humongous 10th frame coming up here.
It's an interesting conversation going on about the double jumping rule in the chat. We got to publish Jeff Goodger's video at some point. Aaron Smith.
I agree. It's whenever I need a boost in life, I watch that video.
Game 2, I would say we'd do it right now. Maybe we can do it on Sunday. How about that? How about at the beginning of the regional on Sunday, we will have the world premiere of Jeff Goodger's double jumping video. You for that?
I am, but at the same time, I'd be a little bit sad. I've had this as kind of my own thing, just to hold on tight, and now it's going to go out into the world. But I'm okay with that because it should be shared with millions.
I agree. We're going to do it. I'll leave it up to you because it's your personal video that you love so much. I know Jeff would want it out there in the world, and I'm not sure why we never have done that before. I think we were saving it for something big, but I think it's time.
I'm 100% for this. I can be unselfish with the world.
All right, folks. Veronica,
this time.
Yes. Aaron's going to be unselfish. Make sure to tune in Sunday for the world premiere of Jeff Goodger's double jumping video. It explains everything you've ever wanted to know about double jumping, the PBA and PWBA lane courtesy rule, but it does it in the best possible way you could ever imagine.
100%. Let's get some quick rundowns. Verdi into the number plus 170. She shot 244 that game. Lindsay Boomershine 245 to get to plus 133. Diana Z can strike out this game to get to plus 135. We mentioned Maria Bolanova already. That 710 cost her to get in right now, but right there, plus 153. Erin McCarthy, plus 111. Ashley Rucker, plus 155. Daria Payuk, plus 121. Clara Guerrero now at plus 199. So 2 players from A Squad have made the leap in. And that 249 for Guerrero now gets her to plus 94.
99. Who are you talking about?
Well, Clara for the Bull TV. For the Bull TV now gets her to plus 99. So
yeah, she's got a chance to.
I mean, Giselle shot. She was 2-0 that game, so she's still going to be. She's going to be right there. She's going to be in the plus plus 106 or so. Ashley Rucker was 2 teams, so she's going to be right there. Still not quite to Clemmer's number. Balanova got to plus 107. I did not catch what Tanya Lopez did that last game. Let's see if that's still up there.
She's plus 14.
Plus 14 for the block, so... Oh, that's not good if she's plus 14 for the block. She had a rough game then. She was at plus 64 prior to that, so wow. she's going to...
Got a buck 50.
So she's going to fall back.
Aaron McCarthy with a stone 7-9 right out of the gate. Just trying to shoot a big number to get into the cut. That's not how you want to start.
Tabitha says this last game is going to be a nail biter. And for a few folks on B Squad, it certainly will be. But to ease the tension and to start up here, how about a giveaway? Before we get too deep here into the final game of qualifying at the International Bowling Campus Classic, one final giveaway for the day. We got a Bowl TV t-shirt getting ready to give out to you good folks. All you have to do is wait for the prompt in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. It'll say a giveaway will begin soon. It'll count down for 60 seconds. And then at the same time, right after that, you'll see in the same spot, the giveaway has begun. Countdown for 45 seconds. You'll see a submit entry button. All you have to do is click that submit entry button, and you'll have a chance to win. If you are in full screen mode, we do recommend you take it out for just a quick second. Make sure you can see the chat. So we're going to let it fly. Good luck, everybody. Best of luck, and thank you again for being part of Bowl TV. A second 6-7-10 conversion on 11, and just the past couple of frames. Jordan Richard had one in the 10th frame.
Nice.
Fania Kobo taking care of it. Here in game 9.
Yeah, both Daria and Aaron, and really Ashley Rucker, need good solid games this game to make it. And the good news is, at least for Aaron and Daria, they both hit the pocket their first shot. You know, Aaron got a terrible break and left 7-9, but it's not like they came to the pair and threw a good shot and went runaway Brooklyn. So lined up. Now it's just about execution.
Congratulations to Sherry on taking home the Bowl TV t-shirt. Sherry, our marketing team will be reaching out to you in the next couple of days. So be on the lookout for that email. Thanks again to everybody for participating here on Bowl TV.
Nice start there for Ashley Rucker. I mean, I think you're really, if you're looking at the leaderboard and looking at the dead numbers, you know, Shannon O'Keefe's number is the number you want to get ahead of, right? Because you get ahead of her and you're making up a lot of spots on B squad. So 174, if you're better than 174, you're probably going to get in.
Maria Belanova off to a nice start on 5 and 6, early double 9 spare. On the outside, looking in for both cuts, but well within range. Essentially less than 20 to both cuts right now. Probably less than 15 to both cuts. Faraday with an early double. Looking to solidify her spot. McCarthy connects for 2.
Oh boy. Oh man. See? Unlimited to the right. Well, Erin bounced back after that stone 7-9 with a double. Let's see if she can throw another one here. She's going to need all the way to the first one in the 10th to get above that 174 number. Awfully good shot. So now that makes her max score. She can make the spare 258. That would get her to plus 169. And that's not going to do it.
JT, we do have an update here. Clara Guerrero has moved into 5th place overall at plus 199. Verity Crawley is now the number at plus 170. Then we have Ashley Rucker plus 155. Maria Belanova plus 153. Lindsay Boomershine plus 133. Giselle Pass plus 126. Jody Wessner plus 125. Diana Zavyalova plus 124. Daria plus 121. And then Erin McCarthy at plus 111.
Yeah, and if Daria misses on her next shot on lane 11, she's going to have to go off the sheet as well just to get to plus 178. So players starting to run out of frames here.
And I think, mentioning again, looking at the dead numbers, depending on what Verity's do in this game, we'll keep a close eye on her. But that essential next number up is the plus 171 from Tanya Ramanpour. So So for someone like Ashley Rucker, that's going to be 217 to surpass that. For Maria Belanova, that'll be 219 to get there. So those are some of the paces we're looking at for some of these fringe players who are close but still need a little something this final game. As you mentioned, Ashley. Oh,
She's just throwing pins, man.
didn't connect, but cover this up. You're in a great start here in the early going. Make some good shots. 220 is out there for her. There's still a slight opportunity that Clara could take the lead for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, look at that. Did you see that on lane 9? That 410?
I did not catch it.
Terrible break. That was Alexis Nair. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was Jody Shearer. Terrible break. 2 pins all over. And, you know, with that miss, Daria's out. She's done. Best she can shoot now, 245. That won't get there. 66. The her plus score, that's going to be short.
We'll still be seeing her in the Bowl TV Classic, but will not get multiple match play appearances here in the first 2 events. Taking a quick look around the house. DZ with the early 3-bagger. Lindsay Boomershine had a double, but split in the 3rd, striking the 4th. Maria Belanova, I mentioned the double and the 9 spare to start. 4 count in the 4th. Only got 3 of them. So 70 in the 4th, striking the 5th. Verity Crawley right now doing what she needs to do, clean with the double. With the switch over. Get a look at Maria here. That devastating 7-10 in the 10th frame. Last game. Needs a little more work here in game number 9. It bounces back with the double after the split. Looks like Clara has missed, so Stephanie Zavala will be our tournament leader through qualifying.
It's good news for Matt Cannizzaro.
Matt had the opportunity to talk to Stephanie for our recap on PWBA.com and Bowl.com coming up later tonight. So to be sure to check that out as well. How does that 7-pin not fall there for Summer? Come on, 7-pin. It's late. Summer's one of the coolest out there. All right, and we now have scores for the Bowl TV Classic. Holy cow. We currently have Q Jim Stefanich.
Possibility of a tie.
Because at the moment, there is a tie for 24th place with a player in the books and a player competing right now. Missy Parkin and Maria Jose Rodriguez, both at plus 114. This is nuts, JT.
Yeah,
Absolutely
it is.
Nuts.
Yeah.
I know Jordan Richard got off to a strong start. Aaron McCarthy was throwing some strikes. They were ahead of the number, and then it's a bit of a distance after that. So I think McCarthy and Jordan Richard are going to be safe. But Shalyn Zulkifli, 2 pins ahead of the cut bowling now. Ashley Rucker, 2 pins out. Bolanova, 7 pins out. Giselle Paz, 8 pins out. Clara Guerrero, 20 pins back. Jody Wessner, a little bit farther back. She would need about 270 this game to get into the mix.
Wow. That's insane. I mean, Clara is really bowling for that cut right now. She's already in for the International Bowling Campus Classic cut, but now she's got to try to find a way to throw another double coming down the stretch with no opens to get herself into the Bowl TV Classic cut.
For some of those players needing, the small 2-0s, Giselle Paz has 2 doubles up on the scoreboard on 3 and 4 right now. Maria Jose Rodriguez clean through 5. She's got a double, so she's pacing 2-0. Bolanova stepping up here in the 7th. Looking for one more.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Good break.
Just the 6'10" up there. Ashley Rucker doing what she needs to do right now. She's clean through 6. Had that 3-bagger. Verity Crawley, well on pace. Mentioned Shalyn. She's bowling great over on 13 and 14 right now, so she's doing what she needs to do to stay in the number. Move up a couple spots. So that's 270 out there.
Some big shots coming up for Lindsay Boomershine. She has a possible 260, but if she misses, that'll put her below that 174 number. Any miss here between now and the 11th would put her below that number. So basically in must-strike territory. Great shot there. Bolanova also in almost must strike situation needs probably the next 4 to lock herself into the cut for tomorrow.
For her, that's at plus 107 for the Bowl TV Classic.
Diana.
And with some of the players ahead of her looking like they potentially could gain pins.
Yeah.
Could be in trouble. DZ, though, adds another one. She can fit a 9 spare in there somewhere.
Diana?
Diana, yeah.
Yeah, Diana's still got one more miss to play with. She could even throw an open and still get there, but why do that?
Bold strategy, but I agree. Oh,
Yeah. So Maria Bolanova, if you're going to miss, that was the one to miss. Max score now 217. That miss there only costs her 10, but she would get to 170. Probably would be short.
I think that's going to be short right now for the IBC. Would it be enough? Plus 124 now. She would get ahead of Parkin and Klemmer already in the books.
Verity Crawley bowling a big game, so she's not going to go backwards from the number. Possible 279.
I think Bolanova is in strikeout mode and needs help now.
Oh, and
did not need that.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. So Lindsay Boomershine, must strike situation.
As you said that, JT, I think it's the rest of the way out for her. Ashley Rucker can still shoot 268 this game. She's bowling very well. Claire still has 240s out there for the spot in the Bowl TV Classic.
Ten back.
Lindsay hanging around.
I mean, just think how much pressure that is. Lindsay opens in the third, so she knows the numbers. And every time you miss when you're on a string, you lose 20. So she basically knows, I need the next 9 here to make the cut. I don't care what you're bowling on. That's tough.
Mm-hmm. TZ looking for one more.
Crappy on that one.
Split in frame 8 for Ashley Rucker. Looks like a 7. Could slow her down a little bit. Her number again was 217 to get past Tanya Ramanport plus 171.
Oh, she made it.
Cover.
A little late on the switch over, but that was huge. We'll switch back over to Diana. She's got to make this. Okay.
Got it covered. So Rutgers pacing 220 now, which would be enough to get past a couple of those numbers.
Switch back over here. We've still got Clara, who needs a double at some point to get herself in the Bowl TV Classic cut.
Mm-hmm. Jody Wessner can max out at 217, so she's not going to have enough to make her late run. Giselle Postel has 234 left, which will not be enough for this cut, but should put her in a good spot for the Bowl TV Classic. She was at plus 106, so that will get her to plus 140. Get her ahead of Parkin, Klemmer, and Ramanpur. Maria's going to shoot 260 or can shoot 260 this game. She's already in the 230s. So she's going to make a big jump. She was tied with Missy for the numbers, so the numbers already moving up one spot for the Bull TV Classic. Shalin's moving up, so she was already in, so that drops the number now to plus 117. Clemmer.
It's a big spare here for Clara. If she misses this, best she can do is 220.
Oh,
Wow.
I don't think that's going to be enough for 220. She was plus 114. Now she'd be tied with Parkin. So Guerrero's going to miss the Bull TV Classic cut, it looks like. McCarthy can drop here. She's at plus 164 for the Bull TV. She drops 15. Plus 149. I think she'll still be all right here, but
We'll check out her 10th frame after we watch Lindsay Boomershine. Another must strike.
looks like Ashley Rucker struck in her 9th frame. She's just going to need a mark here.
Wow. Just 10 back every time. Well, as you said, Aaron, this is big for McCarthy for the Bull TV Classic cut.
Oh.
Verity Crawley can throw one more strike. She'd lead the squad. Clara, best she can get to is plus 219. If Verity can strike one more time, she'd get to plus 226 with like 2 more strikes.
McCarthy flagged it.
Wow, that was huge. I mean, I think if she makes that and strikes, she's probably still in. But now, I don't know.
Update on Diana Z. She opened in the 9th. So 225, her max score. She's going to be...
Well, it looks like she's going to open in the 9th.
Looks like she's going to open.
Yeah.
Pretty much needed the strikeout, though. That would drop her into the 230s. Now 225, so plus 149. That's not going to be enough. She's still going to be at the Bull TV Classic. Boomershine, though.
Here we go. This first one gets her in, I think, Aaron. All 3 in the 10th, she gets to plus 193.
193 is plenty. If she gets the first one, doesn't get the second one, that'd be plus 184. I think that'd be That's more than enough.
Safe, yeah.
I think just Rutgers getting in this game besides potentially Boomershine. Because Rucker got the first hit in the 10th. So she's at least in the 230s. All right, here's Lindsay, far right of your screen.
Verity finished with 255, so she is the squad leader, plus 225.
Potentially the only player to make both top 12 so far.
It's got a hook.
Oh,
Man.
all right, JT, let's do some math here. She
Yeah.
can get to 72,
Yeah.
172 over.
Yep. That's, I don't know. It gets her ahead of Tanya Raumenper.
But Rutgers going to go ahead of both of them.
Correct. And Verity's
Verity was already in.
already
so,
in.
Yep. So if nobody else got in this game, that would have been enough to knock out Tanya.
Yep, she needed it. Aaron, she needed that hit. Unfortunately. So 3 on the squad. Get in. Certainly there were opportunities for a number of players. Got your calculator working there, Aaron?
I'm trying to get as many as I can here.
Yeah. Well, Shalyn opened in the 10th for 212, so that gets her to plus 128.
This is Clara finished with 220 that game, but still not going to be. .220 gets her to 114. So that mark in the
In the 8th?
eighth, yep.
Yeah.
So DZ at plus 206, she's good. Let's see. Jordan shot a good game, so she's fine. So we got Rucker going up to plus 157 for the Bowl TV Classic, so she's in. So that pushes Missy down a spot. Maria shot 250, so she's in. So that'll push Brianna down a spot.
Yeah, McCarthy went under Tanya and Jordan, who she was ahead of. She's at 127.
Shalyn gets to, we said 128. She was already in.
137 is Aaron.
Aaron's 137. And then Giselle Pass, 230 that game is going to get to 136.
Wow.
So I think she is going to bump Shalyn.
Wow.
For the final spot.
Wow.
Unless I miss someone else. And Aaron's going to hang on by a pin.
Just barely.
And Tanya's going to get bonus.
But guess what? She's leading.
That's true. Excellent point. Back to 0. Goodness.
Man.
So for the IBC.
Did you ever watch the movie Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield?
About 6 million times. I've seen that one, JT. I've seen one of them.
Yeah. Do you remember the scene where he has to take the test in front of the whole faculty?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And you remember what he says after he's finished with the math part of the test? And they ask him how he feels.
Is that something we can say on Bolt TV?
I think it is. He says, I feel like I just gave birth to an accountant. Yeah.
So Verity stays in. Tanya misses one cut by 2 pins, so Sandra's going to hold on. So we're saying it's looks like plus 173.
I think 171 was the number that we were getting.
Oh, that would be once. Crawley stays in. That's 12. We still have to have one drop out for Rucker, though.
So 173 is what you're getting?
I think it's 173 because Rucker shot 245 that game, so she got to plus 190. Crawley was already in.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
So
yeah, 173. So Sandra Gongora.
So even if, because Boomershine would have got to 172 if she struck on the fill. Wow. So Tanya shoots 279, 247, 279 the last two. Was enough to get her into the Bowl TV Classic. And it's going to be 2 pins short of the...
Sandra threw the last 4 for 231. And O'Keefe makes it by 1 pin. Wow.
I'm going to take us back to the lanes here, JT.
Yeah. I mean, that was huge for O'Keefe for the Player of the Year race, too. Because she misses this cut and then misses, she's obviously already missed the Bowl TV cut. That really puts her behind the 8 ball. Man. I think that the chat is exhausted from what I'm seeing.
That is correct. Plus 200. Francis and Scott mentioning that. So, yes. It was more than plus 173, but yes, I got that wrong. So, plus 200.
Yeah, a lot of folks. Don't worry. The results will be updated shortly, and we'll know everything. We think we know what the cut is for the International Bowling Campus Classic. We believe that number is plus 173, which would make 3 players off of A squad and 9 players off of B squad. Your finalists for tomorrow. The Bowl TV Classic. What do you think, Aaron?
For the score?
Yeah, what you got? What's your number?
I have it at 136, Giselle Pass.
Man. That is just so tight.
Well, took us a while to get there. We think we got there, but
there's going to be 8 players within 30 pins of the cut.
whew,
How does that happen? 18 games. You'd think that that's enough to separate these great players. Not really.
so let's so adding. So that's going to mean I feel confident in saying that Verdi Crawley is the only player to make both top 12s. So she'll be the lone player who earns the designation of making match play at all 3 events, which just continues her amazing performance that she has put on in the 2021 season since making her debut in April at the Twin Cities Open.
It has been pretty amazing. I mean, you know, she has a couple breaks on some of the TV shows, and you know, we're talking about her having a Shannon O'Keefe type 2019 season.
I mean, it's obviously still too early. We'll really crunch the stats after this event is done. But you know, her potential to pass Liz Johnson in 5th is certainly out there, and she's going to be more than likely in the top 5 in points, missing 3 events.
Yeah, it's amazing. And she wasn't even really that sharp coming into the her start here on tour.
She had 3 weeks. That was we had her on the PWBA podcast, her and Daria, and she had a 3-week plan and you know was working to get back into it after being unable to bowl in England. And
Tennille Milligan just announced the cut number as 173 over. Sandra Gongora. So that is your cut number for the International Bowling Campus Classic. And Tennille said they were going to take a minute to verify the scores for the Bowl TV Classic. We'll go ahead and stay on the air with you to bring that number to you.
Big shout out to we mentioned that a lot of folks had a rough day at the Go Bowling Classic to bounce back to make this cut. Shannon O'Keefe and Sandra Gongora, 2 of those players who had a phenomenal bounce back performance after rough showings at the first event here. Sandra, 47th place, minus 115. Shannon was 42nd at minus 71. So excellent bounce backs for both of them. Even a few other players to mention who, didn't make the cut or didn't miss the cash even. Brianna Cote was 38th in the first event. And she's sitting in the top 5. Got Ashley Rucker, who's 35th, making the nice run there, solidifying her spot in that final game. Jen Higgins, she got a check in the first event, but 25th place overall. Had a monster day here at the IBC Classic. So plus 173 the number. Sandra Gongora still awaiting the Bowl TV Classic cut. And looks like we'll be talking to Verity Crawley in just a moment here. So let's bring her into the broadcast. Verity, hello again.
Hello.
It's always a good thing that we get to talk because that means you've bowled well and done cool things. So here we are again, another top 12. It was some tough sledding there for a while. We were wondering, who was going to make the late run to get to the number. You got there in game 8 and then put a great performance at the end there to put yourself in great position heading into match play tomorrow. But just talk about the grind to find something big those last few games.
It was rough. I felt like I was actually bowling very well. And then in game, I already don't remember, maybe game 7, I felt like something wasn't quite right. I was close. I didn't really love my ball motion. I have probably never changed balls as much as I did during this block. Like throw one shot, change ball, throw another shot, change ball, kind of, because I was searching. Like I knew that something wasn't right. Obviously I was grinding it out, but when the scores were as high as they were, I did have to kind of go searching for the strikes. So I came over to 13-14 and I finally started to see the picture correctly. I actually moved back right. My biggest issue was that I was trying to play right in the beginning, and when I then jumped left, I jumped way too far left and everything got too far left. So I ended up moving back right a little bit. Just had to have really steep angles, and that's something I really like to do. I just didn't quite do it early enough. Obviously, when I did it, it looked very good, and I did it with the right bowling ball, and I made it look good.
That you did, and that big finish once again puts you in the cut for both events. I'm going to let you know you're the only player to make both top 12s. So the consistency across both patterns, and I believe you mentioned that this is your first time competing at the ITRC as well. So obviously you're very comfortable here. You made the show. You made another cut. Just talk about the confidence that brings to you moving forward, not only for match play tomorrow, but for the Bowl TV Classic coming up on Monday.
Obviously, it's a really nice feeling. I feel like the way that we had to play both patterns was completely opposite, right? So this one, you had to have really steep angles, throw it quite far to the right. And yesterday, I feel like I had to shut everything down and throw it at the 3-pin. So for me, it just gives me that confidence that obviously everything I've been working on has been paying off. And I'm obviously seeing the balls the right way. I'm seeing the picture on the lanes clear enough to be able to execute and make the moves accordingly. So it's exciting, it's that mindset to where I just want to keep bowling, just give me more games and more games.
Well, I think with this, you're officially bowling more games than anybody else this week. So you have that locked down. So you win that regardless. So you got that going for you.
That's all I'm here for. Give me that prize. Is there a trophy?
We can make one up real quick for that. Most games bowled for the week. But getting back to the pattern today, you mentioned you went through a lot of different bowling balls. I'm curious what kind of number, give or take, you think that was when it was all said and done on the score sheet. How many give or take was it?
There was 4 more than would fit on the paper.
Oh, wow. All
so
right.
However many, I don't actually know how many boxes there are on our score sheets, but I had to make my own little box down at the bottom because I threw a few more.
Gotcha. Now, knowing that you had to go through so much equipment, what kind of changes do you feel you need to make moving into match play tomorrow to, maybe eliminate a few of those moves if need be, and, continue your run to make another top 4?
I do think it's going to be quite straightforward because I kind of eliminated a lot of balls by throwing them today. I made the mistake of throwing a few too many high RG balls, and on 38 feet, that's not the best thing to do. So I just need to be a little bit smarter tomorrow. I'm probably going to have a think overnight, narrow down my arsenal a little bit. So I have, probably 9 balls going into it that I think are kind of going to come into play. Obviously, the lanes are always a tiny bit different the next day. So that's also something to bear in mind.
All right, Verdi. Well, we're going to let you go ahead and rest up for tomorrow since you're getting those extra games, and rest is always important. So we want to thank you once again for joining us here on Bowl TV. Fantastic bowling once again, and we look forward to seeing you back at the ITRC tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks for watching, everyone.
All right. Thanks, Verdi. All right. We're going to be bringing, I believe, JT back in just a moment. I think they were announcing the cut number for the Bowl TV Classic as well. So we'll see if we can verify that in just a moment. But match play, we mentioned it, the top 12 coming back tomorrow. We're going to bowl 2 rounds of match play, 6 games apiece, 12 games total. 21 game pinfall totals from the 9 today and the 12 tomorrow, plus bonus pins from every victory throughout the course of match play will determine who's going to be making the top 4 for the stepladder finals. Those match play rounds take place 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 local time here at the ITRC, and then 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 local time to determine that top 4. That stepladder final, just like last night, we're going to have it at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Right now, though, I know everybody loved having Kelly Kulik with us. I don't think Kelly is planning to be available because she bowled fantastic today. She started the block or was 3rd for her block for B squad. So a fantastic showing there for Kelly. So we'll see who's joining us a little bit later for that, but excited to see who's going to be making a run here tomorrow. It looks like Jason Thomas is back. So we'll see if he's got some additional news for us, JT.
We do. We have the cut number for the Bowl TV Classic. It was plus 136, Giselle Pass. And so that is the final piece of the puzzle here tonight.
That's, I mean, I'm just still thinking different scenarios. We mentioned Shalyn opened her 10th frame to fall less than 10 pins short. Erin, the miscue almost ended up costing her from the spot. I mean, and Giselle gave away some count on that fill ball. Shalyn opens, all of a sudden that's a brand new ball game there. So Erin, for her, she's going to have that opportunity. As you said, JT, the important part about the Bowl TV Classic, everybody starts at 0 once again. So 24 games, round robin match play to determine the top 5. But the 18 games got you in. It's like the Queens, basically. So you just want to make it to the dance. Once you're in, everybody starts fresh and have at it. When your matches, keep making your move. But wow, crazy developments there in those final 2 games.
Yeah, it was exciting to watch. A little too much math for I think our taste, but it was exciting for sure.
Absolutely. So with that, I think we're exhausted from math here. So math has won today, folks.
Yes,
it wins most.
Usually does. Yeah,
it usually does, but today definitely. So we're going to go ahead and sign off. So as always, a big thank you to the USBC BPWA and their board of directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider, our PWBA Tour athletes, once again, a phenomenal show on the lanes here at the ITRC. The ITRC and their staff. Shout out to Nick and Lou for everything they're doing for us this week. The PWBA Tour staff, to Neil and Cecil putting in the long hours. The IBC staff. This is the International Bowling Campus Classic. A lot of folks helping volunteer this week with it being on site here in Arlington. So a big thank you to all of them and everybody here at the campus just for everything they do for the sport of bowling. And finally, Bowl TV audience. Did you like doing all the math? I know there were some folks shaking their head by the end trying to figure out everything that was going on. So you kind of finally know how we feel every day out here. So I hope you enjoyed the experience, but we appreciate you joining us. Of course, look for those final stats, pwba.com, coming up in just a little bit. But thank you, as always, for joining us. We love bringing you the best in the world here on Bowl TV, and we're going to have another champion come tomorrow. Finally, for the Bowl TV staff, quite a day here. So for Curtis Von Kruger, Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, I'm Aaron Smith. We will see you all tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern for match play here at the IBC Classic. But for tonight, that is going to do it. Everybody check out pwba.com and our social media channels later tonight for that full recap from Matt. But that's going to do it. So folks, take care. We'll see you soon. And remember, as always, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here.